We'll roll call in a moment here. Stand by, please. There we go. Good morning and welcome to the March 1st Executive Committee meeting. I'll recognize that we're having today's meeting on Treaty 6 territory, the traditional homelands of the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Nakota Sioux, and Blackfoot peoples, as well as one of the great homelands of the Métis Nation as well. And we'll come together in the spirit of people gathering and making peace and building things together, and try to be guided by that as we work our way through today's agenda. So I'll roll call first to establish attendance here. Councillor McKean, Vice Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
I could see with my own eyes. Welcome. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good day. And Councillor Walters.
Good morning.
Thank you. And who else do we have from Council? I see Councillor Henderson this morning.
Here.
Good morning. Other members of Council?
Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Knack. Morning. Anybody else? Okay, not seeing any. That's lots. Welcome to everyone. The agenda before us has the addition of 6.1. Could I get a motion to that effect? Councillor McKean?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions on the agenda? Not seeing any. Please vote.
We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. The minutes from February 19th.
Mayor Iveson, I'll move the approval of the minutes of the February 19th, 2021 Executive Committee.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns, errors, or omissions with the minutes? Not seeing any. Please vote.
And we have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. Protocol items. We've got one, which is to welcome the grade 3 City Hall School class and their teacher, Diane Stott, from Velma Baker School in Ward 12. Welcome, students and teacher. It's great you can join us this morning. even virtually. All right, let's select items for debate.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Sure, go ahead, Councillor McKean.
So I will take 6-1, 6-3, 6-5, and 6-7.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
Councillor McKean took all of those that interested me. Thank you.
Okay. Any other selections?
I'm on the board.
Oh, Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Could I select 6-4, please?
Of course.
I think it probably relates pretty close to 6-5 because those discussions came up around the same report last time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other selections this morning? Somebody want to move the balance?
I'll do that.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Please vote on those items not selected for, hold on just a second. I have a quick question on 5-1. Sorry. Let me grab that up. Okay, so all those items save 5-1, 6-1, 6-3, 6-4, 6-5, and 6-7. Please vote.
We're just missing Councillor Walters' vote.
Sorry, I'm a yes, sorry, but didn't 6-5 get selected?
Yep. Did I not list it?
Well, the list on the screen in front of me had 6-5 on there and 6-7 to be approved, et cetera. Maybe just read those out again, sorry.
We'll have, we'll declare the vote and then we'll have the clerk read back
Okay.
and just true it up if there's a. So yes, to your point, I have 6-5 and 6-7 selected for debate, so they shouldn't be included in here.
And was 6-6 selected?
No,
Because now the motion in front of me doesn't include 6-6, but I think Councillor Knack wanted 6-6, so I'll select
okay,
it.
let's pull back the vote then, and
Sorry, Don,
I'm
just-
gonna go through these one at a time. I've selected 5-1. So far, nobody has selected 5-2, 5-3, or 5-4. Councillor McKean selected 6-1. I'll ask, does anybody want 6-2? No? Okay, that has not been selected. Councillor McKean selected 6-3. Councillor Hamilton selected 6-4. Councillor McKean selected 6-5. So far, nobody has selected 6-6, but Councillor Walters, you'll select 6-6.
Yeah, I think Councillor Knack had indicated an interest, so I'll select it.
Okay. And Councillor McKean had selected 6-7, and so far, nobody has selected 9-1. Does anybody want 9-1? Okay, so the Councillor McKean's motion on all other items would be for 5-2, 5-3, 5-4, 6-2, and 9-1, and that's what's up on the screen. So I think we're all clear now what we're voting on.
Thank you.
No, thanks for double checking. Please vote.
And we are still missing Councillor Walters' vote.
Yeah, it's not come up. I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. I won't ask you to read them back. I think it's clear. So, request to speak. We do have several requests on 6.7. Someone want to move those? Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Mayor Iveson, I will move that Executive Committee hear from the following speakers in panels where appropriate on item 6.7, sale of lands for permanent supportive housing to Homer Trust Holding Company. Number 1, Kelsey Whitebeck. Number 2, Bart Miel-Cesarek. Number 3, Teresa Zip. Number 4, Kelsey Pollock. Number 5, Rihanna Bowden. Number 6, Larry Onofrichuk. Number 7, Cleven Pagani. And number 8, Stephen Jacobson.
Thank you. Please vote to hear speakers on 6-7.
And we have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. Request for time specific already approved with the agenda are,
Mr. Mayor,
yes, Councillor McKean, go ahead.
so I was just wondering about, given that we have those speakers on 6-7, if it might be possible to move that up the agenda somehow so we could, or set it at time specific so they knew they wouldn't have to be here this morning, or we could actually get it up before us this morning.
Well, we've got Health City first because we've got external resources for that, but I don't think that'll take all morning. So we could make it second item and hear from the speakers this morning, I think, to your point. That would be my suggestion.
Do you need a motion for that?
Ideally, yeah, but I can, if you want to move to make 6-7 second item of business this morning.
I will move that
Okay,
for the sake of the speakers.
sure, makes sense. Please vote on making 6-7 time-specific second item this morning. Good suggestion.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. So just to recap, we'll hear Health City first. Then we'll hear sale of lands for permanent supportive housing to Homeward Trust Holding Company, second. Then at 1:30, we will hear 6-4 and 6-5 in that order. And then everything else, we will work around those other preemptive items. But perhaps very quickly, well, let me check first and see if there are any councillor inquiries this morning. Not hearing any. Then my quick question on 5-1 is I understand the regs have come forward for this from the province last week so that we can bring the bylaw forward perhaps a bit sooner. Just wanted to double check whether we could have it for the next council or the next executive committee meeting.
I am checking with the team on that, and that would be reasonable, if not the one after, April 12th, when the other environment reports are coming forward.
It wouldn't hurt to have it come in a bundle with those. My only thought is construction season and whether we can move it faster. I'll leave it with you to check. Perhaps what we can do is postpone the revised due date on this until after you've heard back whether we can have it in 2 weeks and keep it moving. So why don't we postpone item 5.1 to 1:30, and we can come back to it once Ms. McCabe's team has.
I'll move that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Walters. Please vote to postpone 5.1 to 1:30.
We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Display the vote. Carried. All right, so let's move into the Health City report. There is a presentation available, I understand, so I think we should probably hear that.
Thank you very much. Health City is one of our key economic development partners, and this organization works to position Edmonton as a premier location for health innovation and to foster growth in the health sector. Today, they're here to discuss their annual report and their many successes from the past year. I'll now turn it over to Reg Joseph and Jason Pincock for a brief presentation.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you very much for this opportunity. If I may, I'll pass it off to my chairman, Jason Pincock, to open with a few words, please.
Of course.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Your Worship, and all the council members. See some friendly faces. It's too bad we couldn't do it in person. It's been an interesting year for Health City. Despite COVID, I think the health innovation economy has actually grown dramatically, and a number of great projects were put in place despite the challenges this year. Before I start on that, I have a couple of thank yous and call outs that I'd like to do. First of all, I would like to thank Stephanie McCabe, who did a really good job of, I think, stewarding some of us who are in that innovation ecosystem as we transitioned from the changes in EEDC to the initiation of the new Innovation Authority. And those of us who are sort of linked into that agenda, I just want to recognize Stephanie for putting together a lot of late night calls from her home to make sure that everyone was informed and carried effectively through that process. So thank you very much, Stephanie. I also want to acknowledge Andre Corbeau, who has just hit the ground running, but has taken time to already reach out to us and make sure that he is starting to wrap his head around what Health City means and what that looks like, as well as Catherine, who's now had a number of meetings with us to ensure that we have full alignment between the new innovation platform and the Health City platform. So I think it's been very good, and it builds on the existing relationships we already have with Malcolm and his team at Edmonton Global. So it's nice to see. I think everything is very well connected, and I think as everyone sort of finds their legs in the new innovation system, I do feel very strongly that the relationships are in place to do that. So thank you to all of you who have made that transition very smooth to this point. I think it's important in COVID to recognize already the benefits that the City of Edmonton and the region has seen from our health innovation ecosystem. What people probably don't recognize is that it was our health innovation ecosystem and actually some of the development within one of our accelerators that actually enabled us to do the NHL run, enabled us to do the World Juniors, enabled all those curling championships that you guys are watching. All of those bubbles have actually been supported by biotech that was developed here in Edmonton. Those are actually, all of the testing that is being done was actually created here at Edmonton. These are net new technologies that were invented for the NHL run and for these bubbles so that they did not interfere with any of the public health priorities. And that has included the development of novel software, new testing technologies, and even new platforms. And so if you just look at the net effect that capability brought to this region in this province, it's in the tens and, probably over $100 million of net benefit, simply because we now had an innovation system that could pivot and meet a challenge and meet that in a very real way that put Alberta on the map. That has also driven significant interest not only in the Edmonton region and investment in Edmonton, but we're also seeing our friends from Calgary now reaching out and wanting to be part of our story. Rather than wanting to duplicate what we've done and create a competitive entity, they've seen the power in what has been created in Edmonton and are looking to collaborate with Edmonton on how we can sort of be stronger as a province in that regard. And that has even driven interest from Western Diversification, who has recognized that Edmonton is a developing cluster and has actually created a cluster initiative, which I was asked to lead alongside an individual from Calgary to ensure that Alberta and Edmonton specifically was going to be the lead in Western Canada's first investment by WD in a health cluster, health innovation cluster. So you'll hear more about the HAD cluster, which is essentially health analytics and diagnostics, which is now the federal government leaning in, and there was agreement across the province that should be led by the Health City team and by Reg's team as the head of that coalition. So we are not only attracting international interest, but we're also attracting funding now from the federal government into supporting programs that Health City is driving. So I think it's been a very busy year. Health City has led very innovative projects that have put us on the map. Things like our synthetic data project, which has now certainly gotten the interest of the provincial government in the economic development and has led to a number of discussions with Schweitzer's team on how Health City can sort of help support and lead that on a broader perspective demonstrating that we have not only thought about it, but actually have accomplished it and made it real already in the health sector. So there's been a number of really ground initiatives in the areas of machine learning, the digitization and synthetic health data, the creation of new novel tests and technologies, and really expanding platforms that allow SMEs across the Edmonton region to develop not simply funding projects and driving fundings towards specific entities, but creating platforms for development. So 4 years ago, when Health City was just an idea, there was this fundamental question of, should we do this, and is this our space? And now, 4 years later, Health City is demonstrating leadership in Canada and attracting attention from around the world as to the model that we're using to engage not only industry, but the health infrastructure, the health system, and the federal government, all aligning that ecosystem towards developing jobs, companies, and economic activity in the region. So with that, maybe I'll turn it over to Reg, who can take us through some of the details.
Thank you very much, Jason. I'm not too sure how to get the presentation up. Will somebody be flipping the slides for me?
We have the presentation here? Yeah, we can advance the slides for you. Just let us know.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. If we could just go to the next slide, please. So one of the things I wanted to discuss at the very beginning was when Health City kicked off, there was a lot of discussions around the challenges that our companies face in our ecosystem to be able to scale. One of those key challenges is really access to data here locally, also access to the health system, and the inability of our companies to be able to try and demonstrate their technologies so they could scale them, not only in our city, in our province, but also nationally and international markets. One of the things that you will know is that many of our companies do very well internationally, but our challenge is that because they have challenges,
Oh, we lost you there for a sec, Reg. Reg?
I'm sorry, am I on now?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. I'll start again. I think I was talking with my mic off. My apologies. So, what I wanted everybody to understand is when Health City kicked off, one of the biggest challenges we had was our companies being able to try and demonstrate here within our region. We have world-class companies that when they leave the province, they do very well internationally, but they don't stay. And the reasons why is because they have a very tough time getting access to our health system, either getting access to data or getting access to try and test their technologies here to scale from here. One of Health City's main goals has been to open up that opportunity for these companies to access our health system, try and test here, scale from here, build their products here, and export from here. And so what I'm going to do is walk through a few examples of where we've been able to successfully do this and how that's going to scale our companies and retain them here and actually attract more companies to the region. Next slide, please. Jason mentioned synthetic data. One of the biggest challenges in health and moving health forward generally in Canada is access to data. As many of you know, data privacy is a huge concern, and as it should be, but it's also holding us back in terms of being able to access data to be able to drive new health solutions that are going to drive better health outcomes. One of the new technologies that Edmonton specifically adopted right here at the University of Alberta is something called synthetic data. Synthetic data, what it does is it actually takes original data, puts it into gross characteristics. You migrate over those characteristics into a novel database, and then you backfill the individual data points with synthetic data, with fake data. And so the advantage of this system is that you're never using real data. And from a privacy perspective, it is far better than using de-identified data or anonymized data, as some of you might have heard. We've done the first synthetic data implementation in Canada around health right here at the U of A. What's really interesting is that we've worked with local organizations like the Institute of Health Economics, Public Health. We've been able to demonstrate that not only is the data set very predictive in relation to the real data set, but more importantly, the Office of Privacy Commissioner's office took a look at this, validated our results, and have actually liked the project so much that they've joined our working team. So the goal now is to be able to create synthetic data sets for which one does not need ethics approval to get access to, because the privacy concerns have been addressed. What is wonderful about this is that it now enables companies in Alberta to be able to access these data sets in a safe way, be able to test and try new technologies and products and get them to market in a way that they've never been able to do so before. It also enhances our talent from our post-secondary institutions, because it now allows students to be able to access synthetic data as well. Lastly, what's really interesting about this is we're attracting other companies to make investments in the Edmonton region so that they can collaborate with researchers here to solve problems using the synthetic data platform. Next slide, please. As Jason has indicated, we're actually getting national traction on this. Health City had an opportunity to present at a national conference. The Minister of Digital Information was very interested in what synthetic data can do for Canada. And as Jason mentions, both the province and federally, folks are now looking at how do we start using synthetic data not only in health, but in other areas as well, like justice and education and so forth, to be able to drive new outcomes, new technologies in a safe way with data where there's sensitive private information involved. Next slide, please. Another big challenge has been getting access to Alberta Health Services. And it's even more of a challenge for digital-based technologies. So if you've got an app or a software package or a new solution that is digital, the only way a clinician that's tied into Alberta Health Services can actually try that is you need to integrate with the Alberta Health Services backbone, with their IT infrastructure. This is a very large undertaking. And for any individual company, it actually takes about 5 years and $5 million just to do the integration with AHS. So this has nothing to do with their own product development or their own technology, but just to do the back integration to AHS. As you can imagine, for any startup, it's a non-starter. There's no way that they'll be able to afford to spend that much time and that much money to be able to integrate just to get our clinicians in Alberta to be able to use these technologies. There is a company that has solved that problem and got its technology onto the backbone of Alberta Health Services. They have a messaging system now on the My Health Alberta app. But what we've done is we've taken the work that they've done and created a middle layer. And that middle layer now enables companies to connect to the Alberta Health Services portal into their IT backbone much quicker with a far lower cost, significantly lower. So companies can now get on in a matter of months where it used to take a matter of years. Jason quickly mentioned this. Next slide, please. What we've been able to do is secure funding from Western Economic Development. The first tranche is $200,000. And if you see on this slide, these are the companies that have applied to get onto that system. There's a process that one needs to go through to be able to get validated to go on. So all the companies there have been selected for the first round. The ones in the box need a little bit more work, and so we're going to propose for them to come in on the next round. So this is already underway, They're actively working now with Bright Squid, who's developed the platform, as well as TELUS and Alberta Health Services, to get these companies integrated into Alberta Health Services so that clinicians on the network can now test and validate their solutions. And this enables them to scale and use the data that they've generated at Alberta Health Services to market their products to the rest of Canada and globally. Next slide, please. Lastly, we've been working very closely with primary care networks. During the pandemic, there's been a number of challenges that has actually opened up opportunities for our local companies in Edmonton. I'll just give you one example here, which is a company called Meadow AI. We've partnered Meadow AI up with the Westview PCN, who's providing solutions to First Nations communities, both Alexis and Paul First Nation. And accessibility to diagnostic imaging is one of the challenges that we're trying to solve. And by using the Meadow AI solution, Meadow AI, as I mentioned, is an Alberta-based company with technology coming out of the University of Alberta. What they've been able to do is now put the technology onto a handheld device with the AI back end that Meadow AI has been able to develop. Even folks that are non-trained in imaging are now able to take high fidelity images, send that to a radiologist, be able to get the diagnosis that they need, and then move into a treatment paradigm. What's exciting about this is that I've given you the one example of Meadow AI, but now what we've done is we've opened up this opportunity completely across the province of Alberta for something called remote-based diagnostic imaging. And there's multiple companies now that are trying different technologies in different environments for different uses and applications. We've also done something similar in the central zone of Alberta with regards to home health monitoring. And there's 13 PCNs now that are looking at Alberta-based companies and Edmonton companies that have home health monitoring solutions that they're looking to deploy and test in the health landscape. Next slide, please. And one of the wins, as you can see here, is that local company Meadow AI has just received FDA approval for its product, and they're now actively marketing their product in the US. I've talked to the executive team at Meadow AI, wanting to know what their future plans are now that they have FDA approval. They said they're going to stay right here in Edmonton. They have 3 more products that they're looking to develop, and the speed with which they were able to validate their technologies here says is going to keep them here so that they can test their other 3 products and get them out to market right out of Edmonton. Next slide, please. Lastly, I just wanted to highlight that we are getting national traction. Health City has been asked to submit into a paper called Healthcare Management Forum. We've been published, accepted, and this is now, I can provide this to council, which actually proposes a model of how we can look at driving better healthcare outcomes tied to economic development, using the power that we have in Canada around our health technologies, not only to drive better health outcomes, but also build a robust health tech sector in the nation. And that model is being built right out of here in Edmonton. And the last slide, the next slide is just a quick table of additional dollars we've been able to bring to the table to support Health City initiatives, both from the province, federally, as well as from industry partners. And with that, I'll leave it to questions.
Maybe before we go to questions, Reg, I'll just add one more comment, and that is Reg has done an amazing job of engaging industry players in helping support our smaller companies. So there was just launched this year another accelerator, and this is like number 4 or 5. Where we have an industry partner, in this case it was Pri-Med, who is a known entity in Alberta developing sort of novel products. So they are the biggest glove supplier, for example, the AHS for medical gloves. They design products here, manufacture some here, some in China, and distribute across Canada and North America. They have now agreed to mentor a lot of our small device companies who are up and coming. And it's just another great example. It's a partnership between Tech Edmonton, Health City, and Pri-Med to ensure that all of our young startup companies are getting mentorship out of our big industry players here in Alberta. So, it's really tying together not just the health system, all three orders of government, but it is really pulling industry in to become sponsors, mentors, and really take on some of our small companies and make sure they get across the finish line. With that, I think we can open it up for some questions for either Reg or Ryan.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Reg. Appreciate all the work and your time this morning to present here. So, questions. Councillor McKean had selected this, so I will start with him, and then next will be Councillor Walters. Councillor McKean.
Thank you, and I suspect an explanation of synthetic data that I would completely get might take an hour, but can you try again, Reg or Jason? What is in the data? And I get that the privacy elements have been stripped out, but what remains and why is that valuable to companies?
So maybe a good way of explaining it, Councillor McKean, is if you think about, it starts with an individual, and I have individual properties, right, that are private to me, right? But if we take a whole bunch of me, right, there are certain attributes. I have a certain personality type. I have a certain health profile, right, that across a large data set, you can say we have these many kinds of Jasons in the data set. Synthetic data then replicates that same number of people with those same conditions, but artificially, right? So there's no actual tie ever back to my health record or me, but for someone who wants to know what would happen if we could make a big change in diabetes management in the Edmonton region, they could do that because our synthetic data would be representative of our actual population, even though it's not actually tied back to me as an individual. So it's not like you're taking my name and you're stripping off my first name and you're stripping off my date of birth and you're saying, here you go. You're actually just recreating an artificial Jason, right, that has all the same attributes, but is not actually me, right? And so what synthetic does is it creates a solid, an insurmountable gap between the real people and the synthetic version of that, so that there is no privacy risk ever, because it's not actually ever tied back to who I am as an individual.
And this is quite unique. This work is unique to the U of A right now.
Correct. So it is a movement building momentum internationally. But given our experience in machine learning, AI, and sort of some of the strengths of the Edmonton region, we've partnered those strengths with the health, which is a big nut to crack in terms of solving this privacy problem, right? In order to allow companies to innovate. Red's done a great job of sort of bringing those two worlds together, creating a Canadian first.
You know what struck me, you mentioned this might be applied to justice, for example, and what strikes me is a lot of the explanations for people, why people end up in court or incarcerated is health issues, mental health issues in particular. So it would be, do you see that as a potential next step, is those sorts of data sets being combined for better outcomes?
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, actually, Councillor McKean, you're right on. You've seen exactly the path here. So we've already had conversations with Chief McPhee at the Edmonton Police Service, and his innovation lead is meeting with us now to look at that very opportunity, Councillor McKean. How do we look at a lot of the causes that drive people towards poor health and emergency room admittances? There's a lot of crossover with the justice side as well. And so we're looking to see how can we combine those data sets in a safe way to provide predictive models where we can intervene early so that we don't have the downstream issues.
That's really exciting. I wondered if, I think the notion is at least that Canada got caught with its pants down in COVID and pharmaceutical vaccine production. So does that suggest opportunity in the future that we're going to, as a country, we're going to be more focused on health and health innovation, do you think?
Yeah, two answers to that, Scott. The higher level thing is, health is on everyone's mind, and it's definitely a big piece of what the feds are looking for in terms of economic diversification, as well as it is provincially. So I think we're sort of hitting at a right time. Edmonton has a ton of strength in terms of the technologies, innovators, and companies, and right now, health is really on top of mind for a lot of folks. And so I think we're hitting it quite well. The second one, Councillor, is that with respect to specifically on vaccine development, as you may have heard, because Canada doesn't have vaccine manufacturing, this is what's causing us challenges right now. And so one of the big considerations we're looking at nationally is, yes, we cannot compete with China and India in terms of being able to produce these vaccines at a cost that can be marketable internationally. But as Canadians, do we have security of supply of these kinds of vaccines and other drugs so that we can fulfill the needs within Canada? And I think that is something that we are looking at nationally. And again, there are organizations here in Edmonton, Alberta Pharmaceutical Innovation, for example, another organization that Health City works closely with, that has the capacity to be able to work with our local innovators to develop vaccines and manufacture them here.
Cool. Well, I'm out of time, but it's a really great report. Thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you.
Councillor Walters?
Thank you. Thanks, Reg and Jason, for all of your hard work on this incredible opportunity, I'd say, for our city. I wondered about, would you describe the work around synthetic data as a game changer in this space? So maybe just expand on, if you agree with that, say a little bit more about that, as straight a line as possible from the use of that to the startup, scale up of our local companies that could take advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Walters. So, yeah, bottom line is it is a game changer for us. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, one of the biggest barriers for progressing the digital health sector is access to data. And secondarily, Councillor McKean touched on this as well. One of the interesting strengths that we have with the University of Alberta and machine learning, artificial intelligence, the interesting problem is that kind of data technology needs to be able to mine data. That's where the real value of artificial intelligence and machine learning comes in. But health data typically has not been open for mining for the very reasons that we talked about, because of this privacy consideration. So there's always been a block where we could use AI ML in our resource sector. We've been able to use it in manufacturing and in transportation. We've never really been able to use it to its fullest potential in AI, and now we can. And so, Councillor Walters, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, and just being mindful of my time, just speak to the degree to which it is predictive and any risks that it, may not be as predictive as we presently think. Like, is it on the trajectory to be very, very reliable from your perspective, which is what would make it the game changer that you say it is? So just maybe a little bit more on that.
So on the predictive side, there are a number of tests and algorithms one can use to see how closely it predicts to actual data. And we've been working closely with OIPC, with the Privacy Commissioner's Office. And so far, we've been able to validate that it is very strongly correlated with real data. Councillor Walters, it is a new technology though, so what we're trying to now is test the various scenarios to see where synthetic data is not as predictive. But so far what we've been able to see, it's very strong, and it's actually attracting industry investment in Edmonton for joint projects around synthetic data.
And Councillor Walters, maybe a way to think about it is think of it like a two-step process. So with synthetic data, it's this open playground where everyone can do development. And then when you think you have it nailed, right, then you can apply to get access to the real data, right, and validate, and you can validate against the real data under ethics approval. But in the previous world, before synthetic data, you were sort of throwing, blindly throwing darts at a board because you couldn't see enough to know whether you even had a good target. And so you would waste all this time going through all these ethics approvals, trying to get access to data, only to find that it wasn't useful because once you got it, it was missing the pieces you needed, or you didn't have that ability to refine. Now you can actually do all the targeting and get all that done in the synthetic data world, only to validate the final step in the real clinical world.
It's the challenge of having these really rich technical conversations in 5-minute windows. And so I hear you. I wonder, as you mentioned, the province and AHS particularly. So I know that, that the newly stood up Invest Alberta doesn't have health or life sciences as a sort of one of its sectors. And I appreciate that the challenges with AHS, which you noted in your presentation, are likely the cause. So how does this help with that sort of historic challenge? And if it doesn't, do you see just an opportunity for our companies and our research institutions and those partnerships to really export this and work with other health authorities, whether Canadian or American, to develop this technology and these businesses here?
Yeah, Councillor Walters, actually, very quickly here, with respect to Invest Alberta, for example, the reason why Invest Alberta has not put down health sciences as their specific area of focus, or one of their specific areas of focus, is actually because they're working very closely with us. So we actually have an MOU that we're about to sign, where we actually become their health arm, if you will, sourcing opportunities for which we can then bring FDI into Alberta through Invest Alberta. And specifically, Councillor Walters, we're actually talking about synthetic data as that platform to work with Invest Alberta. And we also have an MOU with Edmonton Global as well on that.
Well, that is sophisticated alignment at long last. Thank you for your work. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So thanks for the presentation. Just a couple of questions. I was sort of on the meta. We started this partly because we saw an opportunity and nascent industries, but also a bit of a gap around specifically organizing, aligning the sector, some of the government relations to AHS and the government of Alberta around data and privacy issues and market access for vendors as well. So given that a lot of that's province-wide, I mean, there used to be a stat that 60% of the bio business in Alberta was in Edmonton. I don't know if that still holds true, and if we can sort of claim capital city status over that. But clearly, the scope is growing, particularly with working with Invest Alberta and I know there's an MOU with Grand Prairie and some other discussions with other parts of the province too. So how do you see that scaling up, unfolding, and what does that mean from your perspective for the continuing role of the City of Edmonton in supporting your work?
Maybe I can start that. So I would say I think the rest of the province has looked at what has happened with Health City and decided that it is in their interest to some degree allow Health City to act as the engine for the province in this area. And so that has driven myself as a board chair to find ways to be inclusive without losing Health City's identity as a regional economic driver. But I think we have found a good balance with that. What we are seeing is that other entities out of Calgary or other jurisdictions are not seeking to compete with us, but seeking to align interests with us to create a provincial level campus for development recognizing that Health City acts as the fundamental infrastructure and engine and the primary table by which those decisions and those resources are allocated in the province. And so it's been interesting that they have, instead of us sort of demonstrating, eminent domain over everyone, they have actually instead, it's been driven from the ground up, saying, them reaching out to Health City to say, we really believe that you should continue to be the driver in this, that we benefit from a consolidated brand and consolidated ecosystem, and that fragmenting it would be in no one's interest. So there seems to be a high degree of support for a collaborative structure led by the Edmonton region and led by Health City. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I think, that implies then, because part of my question was the continuing role of the city, not just as a funder, but as a champion as well. So maybe another way into that question is, we've done some restructuring around our approach to economic development generally, and you've been engaged throughout all of those discussions, but with one entity that may have some overlap that I haven't heard mentioned yet is Innovate Edmonton in its new form. So I just wanted to know how you're working with them in particular, and their
Sure. So we have met multiple times with Catherine and their board to ensure that we don't have any duplication in either agenda or program delivery with the new Innovation Authority. The way to think about it is we are the health product for the region, and that is the position we took with Edmonton Global as well. So when you look at Edmonton Global, or you look at the Innovation Authority, they don't have their own health pillar or health team or health. We are that team, we are that product, we are that entity, we are that brand for them. And then what we do is we would leverage, so for example, if we have companies that are coming out of Startup Edmonton under the Innovation Authority, but have a health bent, we ensure that they get some special programming or special access, or become a special cohort within the startup program where we lean in and provide some additional health support. But we don't create an alternate startup program, right? So we are simply layering health-related interest into the programming of the other entities, not duplicating or delivering competitive programming. So there's been a number of conversations already about what can the Innovation Authority do for Health City, and what can Health City do for the Innovation Authority?
Well, I'll move receipt of the report for information at this point. Thank you for the answers to those questions. That last clarification is really helpful, just to understand how these different initiatives are nested together. So, any other questions? Anyone wishing to speak to it? Maybe I'll close real quick, just again with gratitude through you, Jason, to the other board members and volunteers who are working to support the growth of this ecosystem in the city here, but for the benefit of the region and for the province. I think it's a testament to the city's leadership and the sector's leadership, really. I mean, the municipality obviously plays a role as a funder and as a convener, and I'm remain very supportive of this work and bullish on the long-term economic opportunity. I mean, I think it was self-evident before a global pandemic, but I think the themes and the opportunities are even more resonant going into the future here. The data-heavy work remains one of our differentiators. The synthetic data work is really interesting as a workaround to the privacy issues that have prevented the unleashing of data to support research and innovation. So I really applaud all of that work and that leadership, again, from the volunteers, and then also, Reg, to your small but mighty team, but particularly for the way that you are linking arms with the other folks out there doing investment attraction and economic development and supporting company growth in our region and helping to tell the story about what's happening here. I mean, I think with unemployment in the double digits. We need all of the bright lights of economic hope and future job creation, wealth creation, company attraction, company growth. And this is one of those. And I think Dr. Michael Houghton and his story is sort of a pillar within a really exciting landscape of different things that are happening that you've highlighted here today. So I just want to say that it's my hope that the City of Edmonton continues to play a leadership and convening role, because this industry, nascent though aspects of it are so linked to Edmonton and the University of Alberta and some of our big incumbent companies like Gilead and many others who represent the building blocks for something really exciting here over the economic long term. And so I admire your perseverance through difficult circumstances. But again, your work has never been more relevant, I think, in this day and age. So just with encouragement to persevere, congratulations for the various partnerships. Thank you for recruiting more industry support to leverage the city dollars and more provincial and federal support. I know federal government and Western Economic Diversification are very interested in this work. It's come up quite a bit in my conversations at the highest levels in Ottawa, and good conversations with Minister Schweitzer, folks at Invest Alberta as well, about the relevance of this sector. So keep up the good work is the bottom line, and thanks for your presentation today. Please vote.
Thank you for all your support.
Please vote on receipt of information.
We're just missing Councillor Hamilton's vote.
Yeah, it's spinning, but I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. I wonder if we can generate a synthetic Councillor Hamilton to vote. That probably would break the MGA. So, okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We'll shift gears because we've got 90 minutes, which is hopefully enough time to process the second item on our agenda this morning, which is item 6.7, sale of lands for permanent supportive housing to Holbert Trust Holding Company. We've had an additional registration, a Malcolm Wellings, who would like to join the panel for 6.7. Can I get a motion to add Mr. Wellings?
I'll move that we add Malcolm Wellings to the panel.
Thank you. Anybody else since then to add, or?
Not that we're aware of.
All right. Please vote.
And we have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried. Says there is a presentation for this. I think since we have speakers, that would add a little bit of context. So let's hear that, and then we'll hear from the speakers shortly.
Mayor Iveson, just some opening remarks.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, members of Executive Committee and Council. Administration is seeking approval of amendments to the terms and conditions of the below market sale of 4 previously approved sites, as well as approval for an additional site that has subsequently been identified. Since Council previously approved the below market sale of 4 sites to Homeward Trust on June 29th, 2020, the City has received funding under the Municipal Stimulus Program and the Rapid Housing Initiative Program to support projects outlined in this report. As well, on November 16th, 2020, Council approved the allocation of funds to the Capital Profile 1990-4100 for affordable housing land acquisition and site development. These funding milestones have resulted in the need to revise the general terms and conditions of the sale, which were previously approved by Council. These changes include ensuring the agreements align with the Rapid Housing Initiative Program's requirements and the previous Council direction for distribution of capital funding, changing the buyer to Homeward Trust Holding Company from Homeward Trust Foundation, and adjusting the terms to reflect the fact that the City is building the modular developments. In addition to these changes, which require council approval, administration is seeking below market approval for a fifth site in the Westmount neighborhood to Homeward Trust Holding Company. An approval for the sale of this property would allow for the increased efficiency in advancing these projects with the goal of achieving 210 new supportive housing units by the end of December 2021. Administration intends on bringing a subsequent report in March 2021 to recommend the approval of capital profiles for the 5 supportive housing projects. Once the developments have been constructed, the land will be transferred to Homeward Trust, who would take on the costs and full responsibility of the properties, while also pursuing the selection of an operator to provide on-site health and social service support to the target population. Administration recommends to you today that the items outlined in the report be approved in order to support the city's ongoing efforts to advance the development of permanent supportive housing and address the immediate housing need in Edmonton. Thank you. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have following registered speakers.
Thank you. So just to orient our 9 speakers, the way this will work is you'll each have 5 minutes to make your presentations. And of course, doing so virtually means that there are a few things to keep in mind. One is to please mute yourself unless you're presenting or answering questions. Another is we would suggest that you have a stopwatch or timer of some kind so that you can keep track at home of the 5 minutes, because given that there are so many of you, I'll have to enforce it fairly vigorously. So best to mind the time yourselves. We'll have a timer going in the room here as well. The live stream does have a chat function, but we would ask that no one use the chat function because it can create issues of decorum or fairness, or also it can technically interfere with the live stream. So we'd appreciate it if you would bring your comments verbally and formally when it's your turn. And please all stand by after we've heard from the 9 of you, because there will be an opportunity for members of committee and members of council to ask you follow-up and clarifying questions afterwards. So please stay tuned for that. Once we've heard from each of you and asked questions of each of you, then we'll pivot back to questions of administration on the presentation and the materials before making any decisions. You're welcome to stay and observe, but once we've finished with hearing from you as a panel, there won't be another opportunity to hear from you. So if we end up continuing on this into the afternoon, then we'll ask you at that time to log back in to monitor via the YouTube live stream or council on the web, whichever live stream you'd prefer to tune into. But you can certainly stay and watch on the stream here as long as you remain muted once we've finished hearing from citizens. So I'm now just going to do a quick roll call and make sure that we can hear you all before we hear from you one at a time. So Kelsey Whitebeck, are you there?
I don't believe that they've checked in, but our office is reaching out to them to help them get on the line.
Well, hopefully Kelsey's able to join us before we hear from everybody. Bart Milzerek?
The same applies for Bart.
Okay. Teresa Zip?
And also for Teresa.
Is it possible these folks thought we weren't going to get to this till later in the day?
I'm unsure.
Okay.
They didn't check in at 9:30, which is why our office is
Okay.
reaching out to them, but the majority of the other speakers are on the line.
Okay. Kelsey Pollock?
I'm present.
Welcome. Rihanna Bowden?
That's another speaker that our office is reaching out to.
Okay. Larry Onofrichuk?
Larry is here, and I have to leave at 11:15, so if you could push me up the list a little bit, thank you.
Okay, we should be able to accommodate you. We'll figure something out. Thank you for letting us know. Cleven Pagani?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Stephen Jacobson?
I believe that Stephen is on the phone and they are muted, so they may need to *6 on their keypad to unmute.
Are you there, Stephen? Okay, we're not able to hear you yet, but let's see if we can get you some help. *6 to unmute yourself on this system. Okay, and Malcolm Wellings?
Malcolm had logged in during the previous item, but we'll reach out to make sure that he's back on the line.
Okay. Well, I have to confess to feeling slightly conflicted given that we're missing so many registered speakers, but we would have instructed them to be on standby from 9:30 onwards. Yes?
Yes, and I know that our reception team was doing their best to share the time-specific second item of business decision as well.
Okay, so that was communicated, more than an hour ago. Okay. All right, well,
Malcolm Wellings, now present.
Oh, welcome. Thank you. All right, well, we've got 5 folks here, or at least 4 that we can hear from and 1 that we can see but can't hear yet. So I think we should get started, and hopefully some of the other speakers will be able to join us before we've heard from the rest, and then we'll try our best to accommodate as many people as possible here. So I think just for the sake of ease, we'll go in the order that we have people registered and who are present. So we'll hear from Kelsey, and then Larry, then Cleven, then Stephen, then Malcolm. And if others join us, we'll slot them in as well. And so that'll get Larry on his way well before quitting time. So Kelsey Pollock, welcome. Again, you've each got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So hi there, my name's Kelsey Pollock and I'm a resident of the Westmount community. Last year I purchased a home which is now located 1 block from the proposed development. As a resident, I was informed only a few short weeks ago of this development and questioned the city's process as it relates to community engagement, notification, and public forums. Due to the lack of meaningful avenues to voice my concerns and a batch email response from my city councillor, I am here today to share my sentiments on the project, which I am sure also reflect those of others in the community. I think we can all agree that supportive housing is an important initiative as Edmonton works towards ending homelessness. To provide our homeless community an option for safe housing and a home of their own is a basic human right and would benefit society as a whole. However, I seriously question the city's choice in the location of this project. Placing a 60-unit supportive housing facility in a family-oriented community immediately adjacent to schools is simply not the right fit. To be clear, the occupants in supportive housing would be otherwise homeless or near homeless. This is not the same thing as affordable housing. These individuals, although making positive steps, do have serious issues that cannot be ignored, whether it's unemployment, mental health, drugs, or alcohol. I do recognize that this is a generalization, and it is something that simply can't be ignored in the decision-making process. And it is not something that simply goes away once you provide housing. Westmount is a family-oriented neighborhood comprised primarily of single-family homes. The community has undertaken a remarkable rejuvenation over the last 10 years. New homes are being constructed, older homes are being renovated, and historical homes are being restored. 124th Street has flourished and become a destination for Edmontonians. The neighborhood has seen an influx of young families looking for an urban neighborhood close to the core and close to amenities, but still offering that family-friendly feel that can be found in suburban communities. On any given day, there are hordes of children riding their bikes, playing in the parks, and skating in the community rink. The local schools of West Glen Elementary and Westmount Junior High School are finally starting to be filled with students from the community. The city has a responsibility to its youth and to its schools, and placing the supportive housing facility in the direct proximity of children, particularly vulnerable and impressionable junior high students, is not responsible. In particular, Westmount Junior High has historically been plagued with issues, and the location of this project would be a further detriment to that school. On another note, Westmount has also fulfilled all the hopes the city has had in rejuvenating and revitalizing inner city communities. By electing this site as a supportive housing facility, the city will be paralyzing further development and investment in its vicinity. The city has blindly stated that property values will not go down, but I can assure you that this is not the case. It is naive for the city to make this statement, given that this is a new initiative with no real results in Edmonton to support it, only studies from vastly different communities in vastly different cities. As a recent homebuyer, I promise you that if I had known that this development was being built, I would never have bought here. This exact response cannot be ignored, as any new homebuyer, home builder, or resident would not want to live or invest around this facility. It is simply common sense. I truly wonder if purchasing a home in Westmount was the right decision, and wonder if we actually should have bought in suburbia. Then I wouldn't have to worry about the city building a high-density supportive housing facility where my children would walk to school or play in the park. If I had bought there, I also wouldn't have to be sitting here today talking to you all. And that is the sentiment that I think the city really needs to worry about if it hopes to promote growth and investment in inner city communities. I truly believe the city needs to take a hard look at the location of this facility and ask themselves, does it make sense here? Will the negative impacts, and you can't pretend that there won't be any negative impacts from this, but will those negative impacts outweigh all the positives that the city has seen in this neighborhood to date? Is it responsible to build this directly across the street from a vulnerable junior high school and impressionable youth? And does it make sense to be so close to an elementary school and children's parks? Is this the best place for it? I believe that this is not the best location for it, and that there are so many other parcels of land that would be better suited for a project such as this, such as communities with higher levels of multifamily housing already in place, or locations closer to downtown with supportive programming available for its residents. I hope to end homelessness as well, and truly think that this is a positive initiative to focus on, but by rushing to slap up supportive housing without taking the time to engage in the community and study the true impacts that it has on that community may ultimately cost the city. Thank you for listening to my concerns, and I implore you to take these thoughts and sentiments to heart when you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pollock. Next is Larry Onofrychuk.
Thank you. My speaker's working. It's good?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. All right. You know, Kelsey, that was great. I agree with you 100%. I live at 11014 130th Street. I live across the street from the project. Now, when I read the supportive housing information on the website, they claim that statistically property values will not be impacted and that there will be no increase in crime. Like, how naive is that? You know, statistics don't lie, but liars use statistics. You can correlate statistically stork migration in Europe to childbirth. So you're telling me statistically my property is not going to decrease in value? It's already decreased 10%. I've spoken to a realtor who is claiming that if I list my home today, it's worth 10% than it was last year. And if I list my home, I'm required to disclose to potential purchasers that there's going to be this development at the end of the street. It's going to chase purchasers away. You know, if $1 million condos had been built on that site, my property value would go up. And you're telling me that if supportive housing is built on that site, it's not going to impact. How it is so naive. It's offensive to think that you're not going to impact me financially because I live across the street from that property. You know, maybe if my house was 6 blocks away, you know, I've spoken to neighbors. The neighbors I've spoken to on a block are either moving or they're increasing the security on their house. They're going to put in cameras. So they just don't have any concept of the reality of the world, that there's going to be no impact of this on our street. You know, I had a neighbor who bought a home 3 years ago on the alley of the project for over $800,000. So are you going to buy it back from him at that price? I have another neighbor that built her dream home last year on the block. They would have never built today. So are you going to reimburse her? Or if my house gets broken into, are you going to reimburse me? Like, what about the money I've lost on my property being across the street from this project? You know, and Kelsey is so right. This is being rammed down into the community. And I am so cynical. You guys are all going to vote in favor because of this, you know, the political correctness of it, that you're getting money from Trudeau in Ottawa and you're just going to ram it through and push it through. And it's going to, I can't see that it's going to do anything but happen. You know, there's a saying that, you know, if a motorcycle gang moves into my house next door, my property loses value. It's just a basic economic principle that bad money chases out good. And all we've had in the last 10 years is good money coming into Westmount. And you bring this in and it's bad money. And it's not about the people living there. You know, are you going to build it out of brick? Is it going to be a $3 million building, or is it going to be cheap vinyl siding with little tiny windows? You know, I just cannot believe what you're doing to this property. I've lived in Westmount for over 60 years, and I'm moving. I'm putting my house up, and does anyone want to buy my house? Anyone listening, any of you counselors, you want to come and buy my house as an investment? It's a great rental property. It's a great infill property. And I'll sell it for you 10% less than it was worth last year. You know, you're taking money out of my pocket for this. You know, I cannot believe that, you know, so I urge you to vote against this proposal. Although, you know, the motion is a given. I cannot believe the, you know, the political correctness around this and the identity politics and all this stuff out of Ottawa and the Liberals. And you got this money on the table and you're going to spend it as quickly as possible. Come and live in my house. Come and buy my house. Any councillor that votes in favor of this, come and buy my house. I'll gladly sell it to you. You know, this is just, God, it's just so offensive that you say that it will not impact the community. Unbelievable. And supportive housing, there's two requirements. You have to be physically handicapped or mentally handicapped. Oh yeah, great, yeah. It's not going to impact the value of the homes in the neighborhood. Like, God, you know, I'm so disgusted with the city and what you're doing to Westmount with this proposal and just ramming it in. And like Kelsey says, it's across the street from a junior high school. I have neighbors that are moving because they have daughters that live here, for gosh sakes, you know. God, come and, you know, who lives within any of you councillors live within a block of this proposal or two? It's disgusting. Thank you very much.
Next is Cleven Pagani.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cleven Pagani. I've been a homeowner and a resident of the Westmount community for the last 10 years. I've participated in the engagement sessions so far, and I still have concerns about the supportive housing development. My first concern is the proximity of the housing unit to the Westmount Junior High School. From what I understand, the supporting housing residents will suffer from mental health issues, addiction issues, and other multiple complex issues. So the city is proposing to bring 54 people known to have serious addiction and mental health issues directly across the street from a middle school. This has been discussed already by the other people. It's a big concern for me and my family. I have 3 young children, all of which will be going to Westmount School in the coming years. My second concern is the crime. In the engagement presentation so far, it has been mentioned that crime will decrease for the residents who will be living in the supportive housing. It does make sense that providing this challenged population a home will decrease the overall crime levels in Edmonton. However, I'm interpreting this as moving the crime into the community of Westmount. The city has posted a 2-page analysis of non-market housing on crime and social disorder, but this only raises more questions rather than providing answers. All we have heard is soothing words and empty reassurance from all of those in favor of this project. We've not seen any evidence or data that this project will be as wonderful as promised. I'm concerned that this project may not be a good thing for the residents of Westmount, and I urge you to reconsider the land transfer to Homeward Trust to allow time to identify other potential locations for this project. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Stephen Jacobson, can we hear you now? Mr. Jacobson?
Just a reminder that the *6 on your phone's keypad will help you to unmute your microphone. And Mr. Mayor, I believe that our office has followed up with Stephen, but we will do that a second time in an effort to get him on the line.
Okay. We'll continue your best efforts. Thank you. We'll move ahead to Malcolm Wellings. We can see you.
Malcolm Wellings here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Good morning to you, ladies, gentlemen, member of the council, and Mr. Mayor. I've listened to the 2 or 3 presentations up till now, and I totally agree with what they're saying, but I'm taking it from a different view. Also, before I start, I just want to mention that on the system that you have, you're talking about press the telephone key, but on the screen that I have, if you touch the screen, a mute button pops up from the bottom, and this may be the problem that the other speakers are having. So if you touch the screen, it pops up from the bottom, and that's where you release the mute. Just information for you. So I'm approaching this from a different angle, and I spoke to Councillor Scott McKean on Friday. We had a lengthy discussion, and from that discussion, I generated a letter which I sent to each one of you with photographs and the location that this facility is going to be built on. And I also sent you photographs of existing support homes. One is down on 96th Street, 6th Avenue. This one exists. And also a photograph of an artist's view of what's likely to be here. It's just a concept, so it may not be exactly the same. But if you look at the photographs, you'll see the size of the building, and this is my concern. Location is a concern too, but the actual building, the size of it, is a problem. I just want to give you a little bit of background to this site because I live adjacent to it on the east side of the proposed facility. These 3 lots were bought by a developer who I know of and I speak to, and they wanted to build a 4-story luxury apartment block, and it's already been mentioned by one of the speakers that they're $1 million apartments. They were $500,000 to $1 million. But the point is they were going to actually make the area nicer as long as they were designed with an oldish style. The problem they had was that when they went to zoning, they were told they couldn't have a 4-story building because they didn't have adequate parking. And the adequate parking, the only way around that problem was the fact that if they built underground parking, and they said, well, if we build underground parking, that's going to cost as much as the building, so it's just not viable. So they kind of considered whether they were going to build a 3-level, and in the end, it wasn't viable, especially with the economics of the time and COVID, and there's also other apartments around this area that have been vacant for 3 years. So because of the problems, they decided to sell the zoned property, and it seems that the City of Edmonton bought this property. Well, now it seems to me to get around this parking problem, the city has now changed the bylaw and now gives the developers their own decision to how much parking area is going to be built on any development, which I totally agree with this because developers basically want minimum parking. They don't make any money out of parking. They only make money out of building suites or units. So as far as I'm concerned, this needs to be supervised or controlled. Now, this facility here is going to be a 4-story facility with 60, I call them inmates, but I guess residents is the correct word. And there's probably going to be 15 to 20 staff a day. So we're talking 80 people approximately in this building in the day. the parking allowance for this building is 17 stalls. So where are you going to park the other cars? Now, these residents are going to have guests visiting them every day. There's going to be deliveries of goods and food and things like that, and it's going to be a problem. 17 parking stalls is not enough for the building. Now, what's going to happen? They're going to try and park on the street. And if you look on the street of the photograph I sent you, this is a 3-lane street. Cars park on both sides, and there's only one lane open for vehicles to go north and southbound. So deliveries cannot take place on the street. The other facilities that are in the area are on 4-lane roads. So you can have 2 lanes closed off for parking, but traffic can still move north and south on the main lanes. So we have a problem there with the parking. For me personally, I have a problem with the height. Because if you look at the photographs that I sent you, you'll see that all the buildings around that area are 3-level apartments.
Mr. Wellings?
Or they're houses. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, we're just past the 5 minutes here, but we do have the letter that you've sent us, which we appreciate and we can refer to, so.
And I'll just say one thing then, if I may, just before I close.
Last sentence.
Sorry.
Last sentence.
There's 2 affordable housings on 124th Street, 5 blocks away. There's Inglewood being proposed, which is 1 block away from one of those. And there's Westmount. So there's actually going to be 4 affordable housing, which is a similar kind of a building, and 2 supportive housing buildings within 5 blocks of each other in the area that the previous speakers have mentioned. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wellings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm just going to loop back and check and see whether any of our other speakers were able to join us.
Yes, I believe that Bart and Teresa are on the line.
Oh, okay. Bart Milsarek, please correct my pronunciation.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. If I can present, I have a very short presentation, just 3 pages.
Yep. That's up on the screen here.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so thank you for giving us the opportunity to voice our concerns. Thank you to the council. I'm just going to use the same sentiment that was raised earlier, that the proposed location is just across the street from the junior high. It is also the largest number of units supportive housing that is now listed on the edmonton.ca. So this is a very large concentration of those units very close to the junior high. If you can go to the second slide, please. So when you go to the Homeward Trust's own site, when you look at their opinion, it clearly says that they do prefer to rent units across the city, as opposed to the concentrating participants in certain neighborhoods or buildings, which is proven to have significantly better outcomes if you have people spread across the city. So now this development is going to going across their own opinion on the Homeward Trust, saying that, yeah, they would prefer to spread it across. So this is a concern, because this proposal goes against their own opinion. If you go to the next slide, please. So the supportive housing, I was at this meeting with last Friday, and it was over last Thursday, and I totally trust the Homeward Trust in their approach, saying that they will actually screen the participants. I get that. This makes sense. However, what we're not going to be doing is we're not going to be screening the friends or the partners or the guests of those participants. This is not something they can do. So even though the residents of the area will be most likely, fine and then, match to the community, other people will not. So this, when you combine it with the fact that, the Homeward Trust of own opinion says that this will have a significant worse outcome for both programs participants and the community is a concern. So a general reason for opposition is that this is a large city. There's plenty of space. I know there is different, challenges and stuff like that, but there's got to be a less risky approach that concentrates the largest number of supportive, unit participants close to the school. And typically what happens is someone, a guest or, partner, whatever, all it takes is for someone to drop a bag of fentanyl at the schoolyard. That's all it takes to kill a kid. So this is a big concern for me. I'm sure it's a big concern for all the parents in the community as well. So when you vote today, keep it in mind that you're attaching your names to the situation that is risky, that has not been proven in Edmonton before. There is no large concentration of units like this near to the school. And the outcomes, even though their probability is pretty low, but the outcomes may be catastrophic. Because again, all it takes is a bag of fentanyl. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Zip. Teresa, are you there?
I do see Teresa on the meet, but she is muted.
Hi there. Yes, sorry about that. And sorry about the mix-up. I didn't realize that I was approved to talk at the meeting. So just to introduce myself, I've been a resident of Westmount for the past 20 years. My kids have gone to the schools in the neighborhood, including, well, that's all, I mean, there's a lot of family engagement there over the years. They're now grown up and gone. I come from a background of working as an art therapist with children and youth and families involved with children's services for the past 12 years. Before that, I was a teacher, 16 years at inner city high schools in Toronto, 2 of those years in a maximum security facility for young offenders. My whole career has involved compassionate listening, expression, action, and empowerment. Like the older gentleman who expressed concerns on the neighborhood Facebook page, I have seen and heard a lot over the years to make me want to proceed carefully and not be rushed. I'm a firm supporter of welcoming inclusion and sustained positive integration into communities. But I think there are some important foundational issues that are not being addressed, and this is the time to address them now. I want this project to be successful. I am in favor of a supportive housing initiative on this site, but I am really not in favor of the capacity resting at 54 or 60, as was mentioned in some correspondence. I think the location does make some sense. I mean, I really feel for people who've spoken already, the residents. I think this can work. And but it takes careful planning. I think the tight timeline is causing some important issues to be glossed over. From my experience working with marginalized people and people from all walks of life, community is central. Where it is lacking is where problems start, and communities will start. Communities will form in one form or another. And I saw that in Toronto. Toronto obviously got an infusion of money sometime in the 60s and built public housing. Not the same idea, but there's certainly some parallels, and they're still recovering from those projects where the neighborhood became, symbols on people's tattoos and gang names. And I really don't want that to happen to Westmount, but I do believe that supportive housing is important and needed and can work. There may be no formula for, as I heard in the information center, for size, but I think you can ask any teacher the difference between a class of 25 students and a class of 35 or 45 or 55. When I taught young offenders, my class size was capped at 10 to help support the unique needs there. People who have experienced homelessness often have backgrounds that include trauma and the cascade of symptoms and behaviors that can stem from that. Numbers are important, and if we're truly looking at long-term successful lifestyle changes for the people and successful integration into the neighborhood, we have to look at the numbers. This summer, I made a few visits to the Pekawiwan camp to bring art supplies. I saw there and followed via a friend who visited regularly and posted on her Facebook page, I saw a powerful emergence of community. Large enough central gathering spaces for talking and for ceremony are vital. The felt sense of seeing the draft floor plans of this development in the information session left me feeling troubled. Long hallways with many doors is a plan for storage lockers, not for people. You can't warehouse humans, at least not without consequences. If this is to be long-term housing, let's be realistic and get some consultation from people who may or may have lived there. There are many thoughtful and articulate persons who could give so much life to this and so much credibility. My friend mentioned above would bring a wealth and a depth of experience and might be interested. It sounds like there are plenty of residents Westmount on both sides of the proposal. And I think it's very, very important to listen to all the concerns and to really take some time. I think it'll probably take some intense consultation and planning to fit into the funding timeline. I understand that that's an opportunity that we need to take advantage of.
Can I get
but
you
I think
to,
we can't gloss over some of the problems that could really drag this project down and make it, the worst case scenario. So my position, I guess, is that I really support supportive housing, and I believe we could make it work in our neighborhood. We've got a very welcoming and compassionate population, and I've seen this in action in many ways. But I think to plop in a big building that doesn't give any ground space or not much ground space, and to have so many people housed in a small space, it's really a recipe.
Thank you. I've got to stop you there. You're ways over.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Were we able to raise Kelsey or Rihanna?
We've learned that Rihanna has withdrawn their request to speak, and Kelsey we weren't able to get in touch with directly, but someone from their household indicated that they may not make it as well.
Okay.
And Stephen, we have left a voicemail and sent an email in an effort to reach them.
Is Stephen still on the call as near as we can tell, though?
I see a phone number that matches the number that they registered with, but we haven't been able to confirm that that's them either.
Okay. Stephen, let's try one more time to see if you can unmute yourself. Okay. I think we'll have to move now to questions of our speakers. I think Councillor McKean had selected, so I'll go to Councillor McKean first, then Councillor Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to the speakers. And I wanted to note concerns raised, and I hear you, about crime, about loss of property value, about proximity to the schools, and I think there was some talk of screening of participants as well. And Mr. Wellings, I will also be asking your questions about your orientation of the building and parking. It seemed that, and maybe I'll ask you, Kelsey, is there anything that could be done in the way this building would operate that would satisfy you?
I don't know. And it would honestly depend on many factors. Number one, my concern is the size of the facility. And number two is the location next to schools and parks in general. And I cannot see how having 60 individuals with issues and that need close attention and monitoring are not going to float out into our children's parks and across to our schools. I think that the city should take a look at the location of this project in general and think maybe that there might be a better spot across the city to build this. There are so many parcels of land that the city holds or derelict houses that they've repossessed or whatnot that would be a better location for this in general.
Okay,
West
yeah,
Mount-
good. I hear you. I hear you. I know you said that before, and I just want to double check on whether you felt there was any way that this building was to operate that would mitigate your concerns. And it sounds like the only thing that would mitigate your concerns would be a no vote by this committee today to take this site off the table. Is that right? And I can see Mr. Alfonso. Okay, thank you. Ms. Zip, I hope you're still there. There you are. The size is a concern for you. The one I know best, the supportive housing facility I know best, it's in the ward I represent, is Ambrose Place. And I think it's around 45. And it would seem to me that you would have to have staff at a level that would be commensurate with the number of residents, or you would be screening folks so that they were actually not as, the needs wouldn't be as complex. But Ambrose Place, in that case, they've designed it around Indigenous natural law. They have an elder in residence. They have a smudge room. So they're very much, I think, to your point about meeting the needs of the folks in a way that looks after those needs is really important. So, but I want to get your comment on that. And I think the other thing is, today is a land purchase, and it might feel really fast, but the public engagement now starts or continues, and all those issues you raised around how it's operated, the best way to operate it, can be determined in coming months. But I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Well, thank you. I think my concern right now is that this is when the residents have to really voice their concerns and really, sort of put our hands up and say, hey, wait, because once this is approved, if it's approved as proposed, I mean, we've lost all control. This gets, not that we have control anyway, but it gathers momentum, and it's a boulder rolling down a hill, where right now I think we really need to put our concerns right first and foremost. And like, for me, I support the project. I know this needs to happen, and the number of homeless, the number of people who are going to need supportive housing is going up by leaps and bounds. We got to get used to having it in our neighborhood. But I think we've got to look at the numbers and be realistic. I think this is the time. If council approves the sale today and they come back with the plan as put in, it's too late. We'll be watching it go up, and we won't have the voice that we have now. I think.
Let me ask your questions to administration in the next in our next stage of this particular meeting. But again, I want to thank everybody for coming in and raising those issues, which I will raise with administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. It's somewhat irregular, but I think erring on the side of caution here. I understand Mr. Jacobson has succeeded in unmuting himself, so I'm going to suggest that we hear from him before proceeding with questions, and then we'll revert to questions with Councillor Walters in 5 minutes or so. So, Mr. Jacobson, are you there?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Go ahead, please.
Great. Thanks for your patience there. And yeah, I was caught up on a work call, and that's why I missed your first chances. So I do appreciate the opportunity to speak, and thanks again for waiting for me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak as a recent home buyer in Westmount. So I just wanted to start off by saying that, as a taxpayer and human being, certainly agree with the concept of supportive housing. However, I'm strongly opposed to this project in this location because of community fit. Quite frankly, I find the administration site selection in this case inexplicable, really, for a number of reasons. Personally, I believe strongly that this development will discourage investment in the surrounding properties and broader community. As you know, Westmount has been undergoing a successful revitalization in recent years, with many young families moving to the neighborhood, investing in home renovations and new infill developments. People are investing in the area because they like the idea of being in a family-oriented neighborhood that's close to downtown and within walking distance to restaurants and shops. They recognize that the community has certain inner city challenges, such as higher crime rates and schools that lag in performance, but they're willing to make that trade-off, investing in good faith that things will continue to gentrify and improve. But I guarantee you, if you told recent prospective homebuyers, such as myself, that the city was planning to build a high-density supportive housing facility in this location before they bought, they'd say, forget it. I'll just buy in Crestwood or Laurier or Belgravia or some faraway suburb where I know the city won't saddle me with this kind of project. So even more importantly, I find the administration site selection baffling because there's simply so many other sites around the city that would be more suitable. You could easily put this project in a vacant lot downtown or commercial industrial corridor, something that has less community impact and isn't literally adjacent to single family houses. So I missed the earlier speakers, and I understand that much of what will be said today will boil down to not in my backyard kind of arguments and motivation. But before you dismiss those of us who've taken the time to oppose this motion today as NIMBY naysayers, I would ask you to honestly reflect and consider how you would feel and respond if the administration had selected, instead of this site that's next to your house, or a site that's next to where your kids walk to school. And in doing so, please reflect on whether this site is really a good fit for what the city hopes to accomplish with the Westmount community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Do we have any of the other speakers?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay.
The other two had indicated that they wouldn't or may not speak.
Oh, okay, all right. Thanks for reminding me of that. Okay, we'll resume questions. Councillor Walters.
Thanks. Is Ms. Pollock still with us?
Yep, I'm still on the line.
So you did comment early in your remarks that the city's goals around this issue are laudable and that it's important for us to be focused on ending homelessness. We've recognized after a lot of research and discernment and consternation that this kind of supportive housing is the best way, and that it also needed to be spread around the city. Now, you had said that there's better places for it where there's already housing like this and or multifamily higher density housing. But you're aware, and I want to test your awareness of this, that many of those neighborhoods have pushed back even more fiercely than your neighborhood has today about the saturation of all of these units and services. And in fact, we had a moratorium in about 5 or 6 neighborhoods until the rest of the city started to carry its weight. So noting that, how would you suggest we kind of share the responsibility neighborhood to neighborhood? Because every neighborhood will say there's families here, and right?
Well, first off, I don't think you gave Westmount an opportunity to oppose this. I received a flyer in my mail that not all my neighbors got 2.5 weeks before you were initially supposed to vote on this. There was no limited communication, no public forums, no surveying the communities. all we had was an information session on Thursday where it was nothing but positive things to say about it. Nothing was really dealt with in that conversation from a resident standpoint. So number one, I don't think it's a fair comment to say that Westmount hasn't pushed back. We weren't given the opportunity to push back.
Well, I know you're pushing back. I'm just saying that neighborhoods that have large amounts of this housing have pushed back about those amounts, and that it's really, the question I have is, how do we all take responsibility in every part of the city for solving our homelessness issues?
Well, I think you have to, if you want to actually be fair about dispensing it across the city, then do so. But we have one that's already going in 7 blocks from this location. There's already a 30-unit supportive housing facility being built 6 blocks from this one, to be clear. And yes, it's in Inglewood, but it's basically in Westmount. And, you know, there are other areas in the city that do have less impact, you know, whether it's downtown or more industrial areas, kind of like Stephen Jacobson, I think it was, had said. And there's other areas that aren't next to schools, that aren't next to single family homes and parks where children play. There's some that are just better located than this one. And I think that the city needs to really focus on location and not just putting it up as quickly as they can in the post.
Well, we'll ask, because we do have location criteria to choose these sites, which we'll ask administration to remind us of. You also did mention the human rights component in your remarks. I think you used that term. And if it's a non-supportive housing building, since the zoning's already there, there would be no engagement like you have received or will receive if the land sale was approved. So it's kind of an interesting, like, don't you think that's a bit peculiar that we're engaging more deeply on this particular cohort of people versus a cohort of people that would have less severe challenges? So it becomes, so from a human rights perspective, I think that we're violating those human rights by even asking the neighbors, what do you think of these people living in your neighborhood? Thoughts on that?
No, I hear what you're saying, and but I do think that you can't ignore the fact that the residents in this facility will have significant challenges with mental health, with drug abuse, with alcohol, unemployment, just to name a few. And I don't think that questioning that in the proximity of schools and your home is a negative thing. And I do understand that it's kind of like saying, yeah, I want everybody to have a home, but not by me. I understand that's what I'm saying, but I think that if I asked you, would you want this next to your house, next to where your kids go to school, and right next door to you? And I think you would probably have the same response as many of us do here.
Well, that's not necessarily true. But anyways, it's a hypothetical. I'll have one more question on a second round, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Are there other questions for our panelists?
I have one more.
Go ahead, Councillor McKean.
Yeah, and Kelsey, we're picking on you. I apologize for that. But it has come to my attention on numerous occasions, people reaching out to me from Westmount, concerned about homelessness in the area and the side effects of that, the social disorder. So I'm trying to reconcile that, because that's the problem in my mind. The problem is homelessness and the related side effects of that very sort of cut off, tragic lifestyle. That's the problem. And to me, this seems like the solution. But I wanted, again, to give you the answer to that, because, again, we have, these facilities have healthcare workers, case workers, they're supervised. If they go out, they have to sign in, sign out. Visitors have to be vetted, all that sort of stuff. So it's very carefully monitored, and compassionate place. And in my experience visiting Ambrose Place, those folks are doing really well. They really change over a short period of time because they finally not having to scratch and claw their way through life every day. So I think, we'd all agree that we wouldn't want anybody with a criminal history of violence or sexual assault or obviously pedophilia to be in that building. So I think we all would agree on that vehemently. So again, Westmount's had the problem. This is part of the solution, and Westmount would be, quote unquote, participating in the solution. Those are kind of some of my thoughts going into this, but I wanted to get your response to that.
Well, I think Teresa said it quite well as well, is this is the Westmount community's opportunity to engage with the city. Once this land sale goes through, we really don't have much of a say. What Homer Trust can do, whatever they really want to do, and they can put together a good neighbor plan or listen to us or whatever it is. But this is 60 people, 60 individuals, and 30 down the block. This is 100 individuals in this community that you are providing housing for. And, I do believe it's a great step in the right direction to provide housing to individuals that need it and to provide support services for them. But this is a largely, we don't have a lot of this in Edmonton right now. And, to put such a large scale development in a community that really doesn't even have more than like a 2-story walk up in that community, to put that in this community that's untested and untrue in Edmonton. Maybe it's worked in other communities, but this is Edmonton. I just think that the city is going to see negative impacts to the revitalization of this community, because nobody unfortunately wants to live next to this. And that's what I'm saying is, you can put it here and hopefully these individuals are successful, but the stigma and whatnot around this is really going to impact the community. Sort of as Larry mentioned, homes are already up for sale around here. And, I don't think that it's just a coincidence.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Carmel?
Thank you, Mayor Iveson. So I suppose I'll continue the trend and pick on Ms. Whitebeck. Do you see, if this is approved and if ultimately this complex is constructed, do you see any possibility for success here? Do you see, so I'm thinking of, the possibility that someone in your community might have a family member that's struggling with some sort of mental matter and is on AISH and finds a unit in this building close to their family. Would that look like success because the family support's nearby? Or given that this complex is across the street from a faith community that has a senior center attached to it, so that they're, not just a church, but a church that has a thriving community where they seemingly work to support the seniors in the neighborhood, that perhaps there might be some connection to this facility because of its proximity? Or that because it's on a major avenue, that there's lots of transit service to this community, which allows those that might be served in this complex to find their way to the mall or find their way to other supports?
Well, I think if this facility was to go in and you wanted it to be successful, I don't think it's successful I don't think you'll find success with 60 units right off the bat. If you wanted to, engage in this project and, try out supportive housing in this community, 60 units in a 4-story building is not the way to go. It's simply too large. Like Teresa said, how do you actually provide adequate care and consulting to these residents, helping them make those positive steps in their life when you have 60 people all in one facility? I think that the smaller the unit with, a lot of help and support and guidance, like they said that they would have, may be the only way to make it positive. But 60 people is that's just bizarre to me that you would put that size of a development in such a residential community that has so many families and support there. And I think that's where you need to kind of take a step back and say, does it make sense in this location? Does this size make sense? If you're looking for transit and all of that, yes, this site has that. So do many other sites. There's lots of bus stops around the city that, can make sense as well. But to be successful, a lot more time needs to be engaged with how is this really going to look? And we need to do that before the sale goes through, not after.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Walters?
Thanks. So I think it was Mr. Cleaver. Did I remember that correctly? You still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, Cleven was your first name.
Cleven, yeah.
Forgive me, Mr. Pagani.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I wrote it down wrong. So what kind of, noting everything that you've just heard, and most of the questions directed at Ms. Pollock, what kind of operating model, if it's to go there, the site's zoned for it, as you know, and noting that this is a supportive housing proposal for people that are close to or presently homeless. What kind of supports would you want to see as a resident? Noting that, and I think it's important to note that these kinds of sites have a history of being successful in neighborhoods, in working, not just in Edmonton, but in all kinds of other cities. But as a resident, what kind of supports would you expect?
I'm not sure if I'm qualified to speak to that.
Just from qualified as a resident who has concerns and has clearly some fears, right? Like what kinds of supports do you think would be human and reasonable for the people living there and for the neighborhood for it to be successful?
I don't have an answer for that. All I can say is that I think that there should be other locations that are chosen, and I echo everything that Kelsey was saying earlier. I'm sorry, but I just don't have an answer for your question.
I think we lost Councillor Walters there.
Sorry, I froze up. I'm back.
Welcome back. Carry on.
Forgive me. But Mr. Pagani wanted to that's my only question, so try again.
I just said that I don't have an answer for your question. As far as the supports go.
Okay.
I don't want to see it in our neighborhood.
Okay, well, I guess that's a clear position. Ms. Zip, I'll ask you that same question then.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, I have some ideas, and I think people are a bit afraid of handing over the project because, it seems like something's going to get built, and sometimes I've noticed Edmonton doesn't staff what they build. So you have these buildings throughout the city, not supportive housing, but it might be rec centers or whatever. And there isn't the staff there to animate it that you see in other cities. And I worry about this because you do need staff who are really committed, hopefully some from the neighborhood, but you need a real commitment for that support staff. And maybe the immediate neighbors around would be happy if there was a designated groundskeeper. That was a person who worked on site and they took care of, and I think we need a smaller footprint for the building. We need more green space. The little garden plots that are there are a great start, but it's very, very little. We need more grounds, and we need some assurance that the residents will be able to participate in keeping up the building and doing activities inside and into the community, like in and out. So I think maybe if you had sort of a groundskeeper sort of position, someone who gets people volunteering outside and doing things, but you need more grounds for that.
Right.
You know, you need.
Right. I'm going to run out of time here, but
Sorry.
I think that would be, you probably understand that would be the circumstance at the very, very least, that in fact there would be that and then significant counseling, healthcare, support staff for the folks that are living there. So if that,
yes, the human needs there would be for sure. But I think the groundskeeper sort of idea might help the neighbors to feel a little more secure about the project in their neighborhood.
Thank you.
Our neighborhood.
Thank you. I'm out of time, Mr. Mayor. That's all.
Any other questions for our speakers this morning? Not seeing any. Let's turn to questions of administration. Have we got folks from Homeward Trust if there are any questions? Or is
Mr.
it
Mayor, Susan McGee is on the line.
Okay. That's good to know. There may be some questions for her. Councillor McKean?
Yeah, thanks. And I think Mr. Hodgson and the land sale that's much less of a query at the moment as the facility itself and how it'll operate and the impacts. So Ms. McGee, I wanted to ask you about the size of this facility and why it's proposed to be for 60.
Certainly. When we worked with city administration to identify sites, there was a range of sizes of that we were looking for and what would fit. This certainly fell into that range, and the opportunity to commit it for supportive housing was also really explored intensely around the RHI funding when it was announced. And so in terms of the size, it's the size that's allowed for the site. It's zoned appropriately for the site, and we anticipate providing a support model that is adequate for the folks that are intended to live there. I think there's been some discussion and some reference to kind of perfect sizes or scale. And, really, I think even the community references to that acknowledge that the research on that is really quite, it's just very broad. And so from the perspective of, there's successful sites that are over 100 units in many cities that are being developed now and have been supported and implemented. There's really good evidence of other sites through the Corporation for Supportive Housing of larger projects, significantly larger than this one. It isn't a lot larger, as was mentioned, in terms of some of the other supportive housing that we have in our community now. And these supports are really geared to having an appropriate staff ratio to support the individuals on site. So we were comfortable with the possibility of this site and what it is designed and zoned to support as coming into that plan for the rapid housing projects.
So that would seem to me to be the question is, demonstrate to the community that you would have staffing levels that would be commensurate with the number of residents. Because I think Ambrose Place is 45 or above. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's in and around that area. So this would be more, but not a ton more. I don't know what to say about property values. I know I've read research that said no impact. Do you have anything to add on that?
I have read the same research. There's very few indications where property value is from an objective assessment impacted. I think that there's comments, like a lot of the research is based on community consultation years or maybe even in some cases decades after a project is developed. So you're having a lot of context that has also changed during that time. So it is both really, challenging to question the impression that it has gone up or down when communities evolve over time. But there's very, from a perspective of, and I believe we cited this at one point, and I'm sorry that I don't know the source, but in areas that are extremely high-end communities and suburban, there was some reference to those potentially being an area where there might be a property value impact, and that was a Los Angeles study. There's otherwise really small sample studies of 10 projects or 14 projects. And what we do have in Edmonton, though, is some other projects that we know of, like Kenora, like Ambrose, like some of the other projects, where we have no evidence in Edmonton of any of those projects having negatively impacted property values.
So if the property's in place for 5 years and people get to see how it operates, then that's probably likely to be at least benign on property values. But they don't know right now, and there's that fear, and that fear could drive the market in and of itself. What about proximity to the double barrel question here? Are you vetting people who will be going into this building to make sure they're a good fit? And in vetting them, do you recognize that it's in a residential neighborhood and that there are schools nearby?
The entire referral process does really align folks with the level of support that they need, and it varies from site to site. And the fact that there is a school nearby would come into play. Certainly anybody that would, for any other housing property in our city, not be permitted to have proximity to a school, they would certainly not be accommodated here.
So I think Ms. Zip brought up some interesting questions about this. This feels really fast for people, and that they need to they want to have input. And I think they want to have reassurance around things like vetting, things like programming in there, things like staffing levels. Are those sorts of questions going to be answered in the coming months? It feels to them like this is a go, no go day, but my experience on these sorts of projects is there actually is an opportunity to have influence on the way a building would operate. Can you confirm that?
What I would offer in that is that from the perspective of really the long game in terms of any of these projects is that we're very invested in their success in the long game. And that means having that good neighbor agreement actually reflect that, so that there isn't a closure to that conversation, rather a mechanism for it to continue. And there certainly is engagement meetings happening after today's conversation and that are more in the space of the engagement the city is undertaking. But even in the operating of these projects going forward, it's expected that there will be a maintained relationship and in both directions for sure.
Mr. Mayor, I'll have one more question or so and might come around again. Thanks, Ms. McGee.
Thank you. Ms. McGee, are there any studies around that you're aware of around the impact to crime and community safety of materially reducing chronic homelessness in a community?
Reducing chronic homelessness has an overall positive impact on the crime that our city experiences, definitely. I can't cite studies specifically, but much of the disorder that gets attributed to individuals experiencing homelessness is because they are actually experiencing homelessness rather than housed. And the opportunity to provide housing to those individuals is very, directly related to meeting their immediate needs and providing them the support so that is not generalized and experienced throughout communities.
But you got to put the housing somewhere to get that benefit.
Absolutely.
Both to the wider community and to the individual.
Yes, absolutely. And I think, importance of the housing, recognizing that, it is a safe and stable environment. We see very, very positive changes in individuals when given the opportunity to remain housed.
And that data and those stories of transformation are long-term, perhaps one of the antidotes to the stigma that we heard described earlier. Fair?
Yes, that's a very fair statement.
What about impacts to property values? Surely a community that eliminated chronic homelessness would see net property value, I'm not sure that's the best reason to do it, but presumably achieving that change, achieving that justice, and achieving that outcome would have positive benefits, not just to community safety, but to the desirability of a community from a real estate perspective. And I mean generally Edmonton, not specifically Westmount, but.
Yeah, and I would say that the challenge that any study has had that we've ever reviewed is making decisions around proximity of specific projects. But there's, some of the studies that have come up in the discourse of this site have also recognized that individual surveyed in communities after the project has opened don't even know the project's there anymore. So the kind of broader outcomes for our community as a whole are really reinforced by providing housing to, at this point in many projects throughout Edmonton in order to meet the needs.
Now, we've heard suggestions that it should be downtown or in an industrial area, and I just wanted your interpretation and understanding as the implementation partner for this of City Council's policy with respect to distribution and issues of concentration historically, and why this site makes sense to you in the context of that policy.
Well, one of the other things that was mentioned in different ways today and in many meetings that we've had is that really emphasis for those that see the possibility of supportive housing, that it be successful for the residents and that they establish themselves in that community and certainly in that housing. And that is really desirable to be in a community that has those site criteria, that it is close to public transit, that it is in a neighborhood where any one of us would like to live. And so there's a very strong relationship between building supportive housing that's integrated in various communities in Edmonton, where individuals will feel that that is their home, and it's not an institutional response. It's not pushed into some area of the city that is not, typically identified as residential, and also not necessarily proximal to some of the services that they would have relied on when they were actually experiencing homeless, because now they aren't, and those services are not where they'll be seeking their support.
And I guess finally, and a bit heartbreakingly, one of the perceptions we heard today was that folks here, these human beings who would reside here, were described as inmates. I just wanted your take on whether this is an institutionalization or a residentialization, or I'm not sure what the most appropriate word is to describe, but building on what you were just saying about a community where any person would want to be and feel welcome, how you would characterize the nature of the tenancy.
It is first and foremost a home. And a lot of our planning work with all of the sites and the agencies we've been engaging in has really prioritized this sometimes small decisions that have to be made in order to make sure that that remains the priority.
Thank you for the answers to those questions. Councillor McKean?
Thanks, Don. I don't know who would answer this, but Mr. Wellington's had questions about the orientation of the building on the site, some issues around look over, and in my conversation with him Friday, and also about traffic and parking. Are those issues to be addressed during public engagement? I want to make sure that if there are significant issues, that those could be mitigated.
Councillor McKean, maybe we'll ask Crystal Kujener to weigh in on that question, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Smith, and I'll actually ask Mr. Kirchhoff to address those questions.
Yes. What I would suggest is issues of overlook, building design are identified in the zoning framework for this site. As you know, there was a big piece of work in 2019, the missing middle zoning bylaw review, and a number of design regulations were added to the zone. So our building design right now is taking all of the cues in the zoning bylaw to ensure that we minimize overlook. And the architects have made some decisions over and above the zoning to minimize overlook. So we are orienting the most of the units to the other apartment buildings across 111th and across the street, and minimizing the overlook. In fact, the only units that are facing the Westmount neighborhood to the south are those that are at grade. And in terms of parking, we are meeting the zoning bylaw requirements for parking. In fact, we're exceeding it. We are required to provide one stall for every universally accessible suite, and we have 9 of those, and we have 5 additional stalls for staff on site.
It is likely that the majority of residents, or maybe even all the residents, will not need parking for their own personal car.
Yes, that's correct. As you can appreciate, folks that have fixed incomes such as these are not customarily coming with their own vehicles.
So I got it. Malcolm Wellings raised this issue too, and I will ask it because, I do think that supportive housing can and should be lovely. Westmount has a strong heritage component. Will there be any consideration to a tip of the hat in the design to the surrounding neighborhood and its heritage?
We're taking all of our design cues in terms of the requirements of the zoning that exists on site, and we are also, we have engaged one of the leading architectural firms in the city. GEC Architecture is currently in the process of doing the design. At this stage, we're just at a massing model stage, but we are taking it to the fully detailed design stage right now.
So that was kind of a non-answer, Colton. I don't blame you, but could that be a framing point or a thematic point that we suggest to the architects?
Councillor McKean, we can absolutely make sure the architects are aware that that is a priority for the community. Obviously, there's a number of factors that will ultimately impact design, not, the buildings program and who it's serving, but at the same time, we can certainly make sure that the architectural team is aware of that.
That's perfect. Thank you, Ms. Kajener. And those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thank you. Is there anyone from law here
yes,
to answer questions?
Councillor Walters, there's 3 of us here today.
Oh, Ms. Andrzejczyk, nice to hear from you. So are we if this was a regular development permit application for a building on the site within the regular zoning, we wouldn't do, what kind of engagement would we do around the folks who are living in the building?
And I'm going to ask for the assistance of either Miss Jennifer Little or Miss Kimberly Thurston on this.
So it's just a regular, straight-up market-based project. I don't necessarily think we'd be asking for a development permit.
Councillor Walters, we don't have we may not have a lawyer from planning with us, but I know Colton could also speak to this question.
Sure.
Yeah, from Councillor Walters, from a land use perspective, the land use in question here is multi-unit housing, and we do not regulate people, we regulate land uses. So right now, we would be looking at a process to apply for a development permit. There is no engagement at the development permit stage unless a variance is requested. And if that is the case, then we notify directly abutting properties and gather their input.
Right. So, but because it's so Ms. Andrzejczyk, in this case, because it's a supportive housing project, we're doing an extra engagement.
That is correct.
Is that?
Yes, Councillor Walters, through the sale agreement, we have conditions precedent for community engagement in the Westmount agreement. And that is above and beyond any engagement requirements that would have been required if the property was to be rezoned.
Right, but now we're also committing to do more engagement with the community. And I get we live in the real world and we're all contributing to the violation of human rights to some degree here. Is that fair? Because if we're only doing further engagement because of the people who are going to live in the building, not because of the building. Is that true? Is that a true? Am I correct? And
I think you're correct in that we're doing extra engagement, but it's to benefit the whole city and to make sure that we are making the right decisions from a financial perspective and a fit perspective. I'm not sure that we would quite characterize that as a violation of any type of human right.
right. Well, I suppose could be from a wider, broader perspective characterized as such, considering we wouldn't do this extra engagement if it was people who weren't experiencing homeless that were moving in, based on what Mr. Kersov said earlier. So I wonder at some point, and I get the tension around these units for sure. At some point, I think we need to. I'm hopeful that we evolve as a city in this regard. But thanks for those answers. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? Not seeing any.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. That's on the floor before us. Speaking to it.
I can go first, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Walters. I'll let Councillor McKean close. Go ahead.
So, we've had a number of these types of conversations over the years, and Mr. Mayor, you did through your questions remind everybody about our sort of location criteria and the policy that we have to ensure that this housing for folks in homelessness and close to homelessness is available in all areas of the city, based on some very logical location criteria: close to transit, close to amenities, close to health services, etc. I do appreciate Ms. McGee's answers earlier to Councillor McKean's questions about any sort of higher risk folks that would be or would have access to the building, and the due diligence around not just protecting people in the neighborhood, but protecting other people in the building who are also human beings living potentially in that community. And one thing I'm always reminded of is if setting this proposal aside, you pop the roof on the roofs on any neighborhood in Edmonton, and you're going to see inside addictions, mental health challenges, all kinds of challenges, for people who in many ways are isolated in those circumstances and don't have the level of support, even in wealthy neighborhoods, frankly, I've learned, that the folks in this proposed building will have. And I know from my experiences seeing the operations of many of the supportive housing units in Edmonton, operated not just by Homeward Trust, but by other organizations, the level of supports are not only effective in many cases, but inspiring. And I think we've seen a lot of challenges in private sector lower income housing that hasn't been managed well, particularly in the what were the once moratorium neighborhoods where, ironically, it was the social housing providers that were locked out, but the sort of less than desirable market housing providers were allowed to run rampant and not provide necessary support for people that makes these places successful and allows them to integrate health in a healthy way into the community. So I never like to disparage anybody who comes to speak to us about any issue at council, but I think generally we still have in Edmonton we agree with ending homelessness, but as it relates to our neighborhoods, and it's our job to answer people's questions and to make sure that the dollars that we spend on these projects come with metrics of success and accountability. And I think we do that very regularly through our administration and in our partnerships with these organizations like Homer Trust primarily. So I will happily support the recommendation in the report today. Thank you.
Thank you. We're at time, but I presume folks would be okay to go a bit over to finish. Any objections to staying to finish? I'll be quick, I promise. I'll give Councillor McKean the last word, noting that Councillor Walters and Councillor McKean have done a lot of work as leads on our housing initiative, but I really do think this council has been phenomenally courageous on this issue, articulating the larger community benefits for every Edmontonian of doing our best to drastically eliminate and one day hopefully end chronic homelessness in our community because of the manifold benefits that I think are well articulated. But I recognize that at this stage in that change process, there is uncertainty about the goal, uncertainty about the benefits, uncertainty around the methods and the tactics, including how this will actually work. So I'm trying to hold compassion here for residents who have real fear about impacts in the neighborhood to saleability of properties, desirability of properties, safety of properties, safety of family members, security in the community. And members of council have the benefit of some other evidence and commitments from Homeward Trust and the providers who do this work that there are mitigations for those fears and that they will not likely come to pass. But I recognize at this stage in the process that that's very small comfort for folks in the neighborhood, and particularly on the block, whose fears about what will manifest are grave. But I'm also carrying compassion for the 60 fellow Edmontonians, up to 60 fellow Edmontonians who need housing and don't have it today, and need it to be somewhere in the community, and need it not to be where it traditionally has been, and where overconcentration issues are, if the property is well managed, is less of an issue. It's more proximity to lifestyles and to those who would victimize people in close proximity to old stomping grounds, as it were. And so that's part of the reason why council has determined that we need to spread units out, and also that they need to be well managed and actually have the embedded services in order for them to be successful at stabilizing people and supporting their recovery and their dignity. And so I have compassion also for the people who are doing this work on behalf of our community and the city, who encounter all of these different perspectives and have to answer these questions every time a project like this comes up, and that includes us as decision makers, because it's not easy when we're all encountering the level of feeling, whether it's sincere desire to make change and get justice for people, or fear, or sometimes both. And I think we heard from some speakers who feel the tension of both the desirability of seeing that citywide change and concern for what it will mean for their community. And so it is, rest assured that as decision makers, we do hold all of that at the same time. And we hold it in a strategic context of wanting to make positive change for the whole city that does come with some risk and some change and some disruption, but is for the greater good. And so I'll be supporting the moves we're making here today on that basis, recognizing that is not what folks who registered this morning want to see happen on their block. And I hear that fear, and we'll do our best to work with everybody involved in delivering this housing to make sure those fears do not come to fruition, in accordance with best practice for operating these kinds of housing communities for our fellow Edmontonians who need them. Councillor McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to start too by acknowledging what we heard today and the time out of their day that these people took to express their deep concerns about this project. And one of the speakers even used the term NIMBY. And, you know, I think we use that term way too casually. People, their homes, their home block, their home neighborhood, these are sacred to people, and they offer a sense of sanctuary, and it's where they play out their lives. So I completely understand the feelings that people have of deep concern about this level of change coming to their neighborhood. I often think about a week I had where I visited my mom in an extended care facility, and a few days later visited Ambrose Place. And in both cases, there was a person outside in a wheelchair, one of the residents. And I wish that the people who are afraid of this development had seen what I've seen and experienced what I've experienced and talked to the people that I've talked to. I think it would reduce concern, not eliminate it, because there's still change and there's unknown, fear of the unknown here. I suspect 5 years after this is open and operating, that fear will have disappeared. But I can't tell you that. And there's no reason why you should completely buy that story. And I know one of our speakers talked about us being naive. And maybe, but I don't think so. Because I've experienced these facilities, and in my email I sent out to residents in Westmount, I talked about there's a number of these facilities in the ward that I represent. I have not had one problem. The problem comes from exploitive housing, private sector exploitive housing, and the way those people are treated and shoved together and exploited. From that comes behavior that causes problems for the rest of the community. Corolla Cunningham, who runs Ambrose Place, always talks about loving people back to health. You just love them back to health. And that sounds naive, I'll admit. But for a population of people who have been treated like untouchables, like outcasts, like scum of the earth, in a lot of cases throughout their day, it takes a while to bring them back to health, to dignity, and to trust. But it happens. This is the fifth of our supportive housing facilities going into different neighborhoods. And I supported Councillor Esslinger on a public engagement in one of her communities and supported that. And so I don't know how I could possibly vote against this. It would be hypocritical of me. It would also run counter to the people in Westmount who've reached out to me saying they support this. So Westmount is certainly not unified. And I do remember a day not that long ago where I did a virtual meeting with 3 or 4 people in Westmount who were deeply concerned about the amount of homelessness in the area and the social disorder and the impacts of that on the neighborhood. And they were scared. They were scared of homeless people in their neighborhood. That is the problem. That is the problem. This particular facility And God, I hope it's lovely. I think we need to challenge our architects and others to make sure it looks great too. That's not the problem. This is the solution. And that's why I'll be voting in favor of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. That's carried. All right. Thank you all for staying a little bit longer to conclude that. We'll pick up with 6-4 and then 6-5 at 1:30. Thank you. We're in recess till then. Okay, we'll roll call in about 30 seconds. Stand by. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back to the continuation of the March 1st Executive Committee meeting. Councillor McKean, are you there?
I am here, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon. Councillor Cartmel is live and on deck. Good. Councillor Hamilton is also here in person.
Yes, live and on deck.
This is bizarre to be surrounded by so many human beings in close proximity. It's nice though, after the last year of apartness. Councillor Walters?
Three's a crowd in there. I'm here.
Indeed.
Remotely.
Welcome back. And who else have we got? I see Councillor Henderson on the board.
I'm here.
Good day. Anybody else? Councillor Knack?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good day. Councillor Banga?
Good afternoon.
Oh, I see Councillor Essinger as well and Councillor Banga. Anyone else? Not.
Good afternoon.
Oh, Councillor Paquette. Good afternoon. Okay, well, that's good turnout for this afternoon's discussion. A reminder, we have time specifics now. 6.4, pending LRT lines and citywide transit routes assessment growth options is first, then land use density options, residential subclass impact is second. There's a tiny bit of overlap between them potentially, but I think it's probably best to keep them separate. So, or did you cross-reference them?
Administration did not cross-reference them.
No, and I'm suggesting that we should keep it that way. So,
We would like them not cross-referenced.
yes, yes. I got that impression, particularly reading the first one. So, anyway, without further ado, let's take the presentation.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just remind you, you had also made item 5.1 at 1:30.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have are we able to move that up at all?
I do have an update, Mr. Mayor. We're able to bring a draft bylaw to the next executive committee, and then from there we would go straight to public hearing. Now, there are some risks associated with that in that we're still working with the Municipal Climate Change Action Center on the finalized agreements, and that finalized agreement does impact the draft bylaw. However, we think at this point, bringing the draft bylaw forward for committee's direction could help with that process and get it to public hearing more quickly, of course contingent upon that final negotiation.
Okay, so the revised due date would be the second exec meeting in March, which is 15th?
March 22nd.
22nd. Okay, that buys us a few weeks. Would someone be so kind as to move 5.1 with a revised due date of March 22nd, based on that?
So moved.
Recognizing it'll still be draft, but that's on its way to a council meeting where it will become final in due course. So thank you for that update, Ms. McCabe, and thank you for the motion, Councillor Cartmel. Any questions on that? Not seeing any, please vote on 5.1 to next exec and display the vote.
Sorry, we're just missing Councillor Walters' vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you.
I think it was going to be safe to infer his support for that one, but we now know for sure, and that carries unanimously. All right, now we'll get the presentation for 6.4. The assessment and taxation cavalry is here.
Okay. So, committee members, as they, for social distancing, I'm going to stay over here and let this afternoon, Kate and Anton will be walking you through the two tax policy reports. The first deals with tools to capture growth, specifically related to LRT lines. And the second is a discussion of tax subclassing in line with the land use density. The intention of both reports is to provide information to the committee and to measure council's interest in pursuing these conversations further. Administration is open to continuing this discussion, but that further analysis is required to bring forward tangible options if that is the direction. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Kate.
Sincere apologies, Mr. Mayor and councillors. This is my first in-person meeting, I think, since the pandemic, so still getting used to the protocols. But this afternoon, I'd like to say thank you very much for having us present, and we have two reports from assessment and taxation before you today. The first is discussing the city's use of assessment growth. In October, Executive Committee asked us to study options for capturing growth along pending LRT lines and citywide transit routes to cover a portion of those lines' construction and their operating costs. The short answer to committee's question is that while it is possible, doing so might not be the best solution to budget challenges. And Anton will walk through the substance of the report, following which we would both be happy to answer any questions you might have. Anton.
Great. Thanks, Kate, and hello, committee members. So speaking to the question of the report, the city can absolutely isolate and capture growth within a specific area. However, it's important to note that growth is already accounted for within the city's budget. Each year, growth revenue helps to offset the needed tax increase. If council elected to spend growth revenue for a specific project, that growth revenue would no longer be available to offset operating costs, requiring either service level reductions or tax increases. Pre-allocating future revenue in this way would also bypass council's budget prioritization process. Rather than using existing income in determining priorities through the budget process, this would effectively garnish future council income, spending on projects today with tomorrow's money. Now, tied up in this conversation is the notion that the city's investment may result in new growth that may otherwise not occur without that investment. On this point, administration recommends caution. From a philosophical perspective, new construction is driven by market demand, which is influenced by factors such as population growth, employment, income levels, and interest rates. While it is clear that sufficient incentives can make some projects move forward, those projects absorb the existing market demand, making other projects in the city less viable. In this way, the city can move where investment takes place, effectively picking winners and losers, but changing aggregate growth levels within the city is not as certain. With that said, there may be an argument for particular kinds of industrial investment, where the city is competing within the region. In this case, the city would not be impacting overall regional demand, but Edmonton may take a larger share of that growth. However, Edmonton is not typically competing with the region for high-density residential or retail spaces. As a final point here, it's important to take a long-term perspective on growth. It is conceivably possible to invest in incentives sufficiently to increase growth within a given year, but that year's increase may result in a market oversupply, meaning that future growth becomes curtailed as existing supply gets absorbed. Now, tax increment financing is a tool most often referenced when discussing growth capture. In effect, paying for an investment in an area using the future tax revenue generated from that investment. Again, it's important to stress the larger picture. Investing in an area may result in growth within that area, but likely at the cost of growth somewhere else. Such an approach is valid if the city is looking to make an investment to further city building objectives, but administration cautions against using such an approach in an attempt to grow the overall revenue pie. To that point, if council feels investment within a particular area is justified for city building reasons, then choosing to prioritize that project and raise funds through the regular budget process works equally as well as a TIF, but requires less administration and is more transparent to taxpayers. Why then do tax increment financing approaches exist? Well, much of the literature regarding TIFs originates in the United States, where a patchwork structure of property tax regimes exists. Alberta's annual market value budget-based approach is in many ways the gold standard for property tax regimes. Our budget-based approach ensures property tax is both stable and predictable and delivers the revenue requisition required by council. Other American jurisdictions have often constrained the functioning of their property tax system, limiting property tax's ability to raise sufficient revenues through tax rate caps. When this occurs, creative approaches are used by states and local governments to bypass rate caps through tax increment financing, which effectively increases taxes without adjusting the tax rate. Community revitalization levies, or CRLs, are Alberta's own unique take on TIFs. If CRLs were limited to municipal tax uplift alone, there would be no need to implement them in Alberta. However, previously approved CRLs provided additional tax uplift by encompassing the revenues that would otherwise have been collected by provincial education tax. This alone provided the incentive for municipalities to implement such an approach, though it should be noted that as the assessment pie shrunk, education tax increased for the remaining Albertans still paying it. With that said, discussing CRLs is somewhat moot, as the government of Alberta has declined to create any more since 2014. In conclusion, investment may promote construction within a specific area, but may result in less construction activity overall, or in other areas, sorry. This may be desirable from a city building perspective, but may net out the same from a financial perspective. Administration is able to isolate and report on growth within specific areas of the city, but this would only serve to inform council's decision-making. Pre-allocating growth revenue otherwise just bypasses the traditional budget decision-making process. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Councillor Hamilton, you had selected this. Go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you for that presentation. I'm amused because this is the stuff you get into municipal government to talk about. But if I understand you correctly, Mr. Szabo, there are a lot of variables here right now. And so what I'm hearing from your presentation is that when you're talking about tax incremental financing, you're talking about a risk that the city may be taking in terms of allocating revenues, correct?
So the way I would phrase that is that because growth revenue is already accounted for within our base budget, we're effectively just moving the money around, right? We're still going to raise that revenue otherwise within the operating budget. Mm-hmm. And so you can achieve the same effect. If you're looking to raise revenues to do operating or capital costs on an LRT, then if we had to do a tax increase to achieve that result, it's effectively the same thing as if we tried not to do that tax increase, used tax increment financing, and then found out actually now we don't have enough revenue to pay our base operating, and we need the exact same tax increase to pay now for our operating. So it's just choosing where the dollars go, but from a net perspective, we're not making a difference.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you know this, but we love moving money around. I won't speak for everyone, but it's what we do really well. But I think something that I'm keying on to is that when you talk about tax incremental financing, you said that it could be used to focus city building objectives. And we do have a really ambitious city plan, but also a city plan that it requires us to focus growth in particular areas of the city. So do you see a way in which a TIF type program could work to help us focus that growth?
So what I would say is that, I think it's perfectly within council's authority to decide where they want to be spending the budget and want to prioritize certain areas. If that requires additional, cost increases or tax increases, that's just an argument you have to make, and feel comfortable saying, yes, this is an area that we want to invest in. It's going to cost, but it has benefits that are city building objective benefits. That is completely valid and within council's jurisdiction. I just don't want for council to assume that in doing this investment, you're also generating new revenue. So that's where we're less confident, and we feel that's a bit of a riskier take. So if you want to say, yes, this area is important, we're going to invest in this area, and this is our priority, that's entirely valid, right? And that's the way council should operate. But you don't need necessarily a TIF to do that. You just need to have a service package or capital profile and decide, yes, this is where we're going to be investing, this is what it's going to cost, and you have an associated budget or tax increase associated with that.
Councillor, just to intercede, the taxes may not be the best solution for that, is what Anton is trying to say, and I wholeheartedly agree. It's probably a service package or a conscious decision to move that way.
So it being kind of 6 of one and a dozen of the other, it could be about having really robust policy, about having a really strong planning framework that focuses growth versus doing it just through the lever of taxation. Is that accurate?
Yeah, Councillor Hamilton, Ms. McCabe here for implementation of the city plan. That's exactly what we're doing with the growth management framework, with the district plans. It's really looking at about what areas need servicing, what areas need investment, what areas need investment from the city, mostly it'll be through grants, would be my guess, and through capital and operating budget investments.
Now, potentially one of the flip side of this could be if it wasn't geographical, but like line item related. So in this case, related not just to TOD type development, but related to any kind of transit infrastructure renewal or growth. And it was allocated that way, but taken from TOD areas. So to regenerate, I'm making a lot of hand motions right now, my apologies. But could, hearing the comment about service packages, could this be, could a program be designed that would allocate money from areas where transit uplift has been seen into like programs? Is that accurate? Does that make sense?
So at the end of the day, it's still tax revenue, right? Regardless of where it's coming from. Like I said, we can isolate and say, here's how much revenue comes from these areas. And council can use that as a tool or as a method of determining where they're going to prioritize. So they'll say, yeah, look, this is how much this area brings in revenues, so there should be an argument about how much they should subsequently invest. So this is in some ways the argument that was made for the downtown when the CRL was made in the downtown was downtown for years had been subsidizing the rest of the city because they're the larger tax base. So it's time to reinvest in our downtown. And so, noting where that revenue is coming in and putting it back into the location that it was. It's just being aware that you're now starting to fragment and segment the property tax into specific areas. You start doing that everywhere, and it just becomes now kind of these mini cities where you're saying this is what you get to have as a budget. But it's still a perspective or a lens you can look at spending from.
All right, thank you.
Councillor McKean.
Thank you. So the reason the CRL was beneficial was because of the education portion of the property tax. That was in some ways untapped revenue for a specific area, a specific investment in a specific area, yes?
Yes.
But outside of a CRL, we would just be paying for growth in an area that might have gone elsewhere and then removing those top tax dollars from the balance of the budget, is what I understand this. I don't think I articulated that very well. But my question is really this. Having a developer or two tell me over time that investment follows infrastructure, are there any sort of levies that could be placed in a certain geographic area around major investments like LRT to help pay for the LRT? Or do you see that as being counterproductive? Maybe we don't even have the tools to do a levy.
Councillor McKeon, I think we'd have to go back and look at the levy legislation to determine if that would be allowed. Off the top of my head, I think most likely not. It would be, right now we're focused on fire halls for levies, and in order to bring in any new levy, it's a pretty big engagement process with the industry, and it's a really important engagement process with the industry. What I'd say right now is you're correct in terms of the infrastructure investments are important. And through the growth management framework that we're developing, we will have to look at exactly that as where we would recommend council would invest in infrastructure in order for development to follow in those areas.
Yeah, I think if investment follows infrastructure, then that is good news for the city anyways, especially along an LRT line and what we want the LRT to ultimately accomplish. But, you know, the question then arises, if development follows things like LRTs or major parks, is there even a small percentage levy that contributes to the general tax base to pay for those? I don't know, I don't think a local improvement levy would fit that, but it's just an area of interest that there might be a way to capture some additional funding. Maybe it wouldn't be enough, you know, maybe even if we looked at it and we put, you know, a certain percentage on each new condo or apartment in the area, that it wouldn't actually add up to much. These LRT is such a huge investment of dollars that maybe that's tilting at windmills or a waste of time. But I was just curious on whether or not we had those tools and should discuss those tools with the industry, who probably wants to see that infrastructure move ahead sooner rather than later. That was kind of a question statement, but that's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? Maybe I'll just ask a couple. So your argument is zero sum, essentially, at least within the.
So we can't state it categorically.
No.
We have serious reservations about the idea of investing to create new revenue. And I think worth pointing out that we're going to be doing some more research on this topic over the next few months. It's something I think council's expressed an interest in understanding better. And so this is something that we want to look at. But just from that perspective about looking at either a small area versus net within the city, that's driven by market demand primarily. And so you might be able to accelerate that time frame a little bit, but then you're running into those oversupply issues. And so that's where our concern lies, right? Is that, are you really going to be changing the nature of Edmonton's economy and how many people are moving here and wanting to live here with those bits? It's possible, but it's hard to measure definitively and to know exactly what your payoff is. So that's why we have some reservations.
Yeah, well, that's always been the catalyst causation leap of faith with the CRLs, all three of them that we have. And the other point about transparency, I think, is fair. The flip side of which is that, I mean, we've notionally pre-allocated a portion of growth revenues in the CRLs, but let's just take downtown for however long it takes to pay back all of the catalyst costs related to downtown revitalization. And if there's a case to be made that as goes your downtown, so goes your city, that was needed as a strategic intervention to help turn around the story of the city and that makes a difference for net investment attraction and talent in migration, and therefore demand for tax-paying property. I think that was the pitch at the time that many of us defended. So, but it is not, and this was a critique at the time, it's not abundantly transparent that essentially ballpark $50 million a year worth of future growth revenue is diverted from general revenue into paying back the CRL. And that won't really be clear and transparent until the CRL pays off and the general revenue goes up by whatever the net uplift was over the period of time in the downtown. Now, at that point, someone should stick around long enough to be mayor to have that, because that'll be 2 or 3% property tax equivalent. But at the same time, as that happens, one thing that was in this report that I thought was interesting was the buffering against assessment shifting that happens with the CRL. And I wanted you to unpack that a little bit more, which I assume part of the caution is the more of your city that you cordon off into sub-assessment catchments, the more exaggerated the assessment swings are everywhere else. Is that a reasonable conclusion?
No, it would not be on the assessment side. It is more on the taxation side. So because you're essentially drawing a boundary around areas, you're saying those areas are not contributing to the general tax base, which means that the pressure is on the general tax base to provide for the servicing and the general operating costs that the increase in development within that corded off area brings with it.
So in other words, to get your 20 million of extra revenue to cover inflation or new programs, you're spreading that over 90% of the city as opposed to 100% of the city, because you've pre-allocated, say, 10% of the city or whatever portion of the city to pay for other stuff.
That is one of our primary concerns about overusing CRLs. We have 3 at the moment. If we go down the road of creating more without there being a clear benefit to the city, for example, in the provincial education tax portion, we are essentially diminishing the ability of the general tax base to sustain necessary growth in operating costs and so on.
No doubt the education tax was the gravy there. Now, the one exception to that that you mentioned in the presentation and in the report was for industrial tax base, if there's an opportunity to actually grow market share in the competitive landscape of the region where we have lost some share for reasons of competitiveness. So I've been asking for a complicated bit of analysis about optimizing both the incentive tools and then financing mechanisms that might include levies, might include local improvements, and might include tax incremental financing. Now, there's a lot of variables to try to come up with an optimized model, but if the outcome we're going towards is to bleed less industrial to the low-cost neighbors, we could debate whether they're leveraging their natural advantages or being predatory, but we have to have a response, whatever our analysis of their posture is. So for that, you think this is still worth exploring?
Certainly, we're coming back to council or committee in the third quarter with an analysis specifically looking at that, because as you point out, there are sort of complexities. We are then looking at regional economics as well as within the municipal side of things. So there's quite a lot to sort of wring and draw conclusions from. So we're in the analysis phase. Anton?
But then just to be clear, Mr. Mayor, that we can still do that investment just through the standard budget process. The TIF process is not necessary. You can just decide we are going to invest or we're going to reduce taxes in a certain area to be more competitive, has the same impact to our costs as if we were to create these zones, right? That's not necessary for you to achieve those objectives. You just have to decide we will make this investment and we will see a payoff. Just quickly to the downtown CRL point that you made, and I actually think that was in the tax policy paper that you were referencing. The CRL has this interesting effect because yes, in some ways it can. If you think about the downtown office inventory, say, for example, being above baseline, and suddenly there's a market shift downwards, the CRL takes the revenue hit first. And so the tax base doesn't see redistributions as a result because the CRL just lost revenue, right? It changes market value into actual revenue dollars. So when you see a market shift downwards, we just lose money and no one else has to pay the bill kind of thing, as market value typically works. The other side of that is that in a bad market as well, you might have seen, say, $10 million of growth. The next year, market value shrinks your growth. If you didn't have a CRL, growth is kept. You keep growth every year and you build into your base budget. But when it's in a CRL, it's subject to market fluctuations. So you lose growth if you have a downward market, as we've had for the last 5 years.
Which was really bad in Calgary. Thank you for unpacking that. That's a piece I was missing. So the first part of what you said. So thank you for that. I'm way over time though. Councillor Henderson is next.
Yeah, I want to just explore one other thing that I'm wondering if we've looked at is that if you're assuming that the growth is going to happen anyway, there's an assumption there that the cost of that growth is uniform, no matter where it happens in the city. And I'm wondering if we've looked at that as a factor, that certain kinds of growth we know, this is part of the argument that we've been making about trying to create different kinds of neighborhoods, is that the cost of dealing with growth in a more dense neighborhood is lower than historically what we've been dealing with. And it does seem to me, although the revenue piece will be the same, that the expense piece may come down if you can redistribute in this way. Understanding we have other mechanisms and tools we could do that, but it does seem to me that this is a useful tool to apportion some of that. If what we're trying to do is bring our expense side down. Have you factored that in?
So I just would say, Councillor, that's an excellent point to make, and it's absolutely something that should be considered in the analysis. It's the reason why we want to do more analysis in this space. I would just caution that then you're looking at the revenues and the costs; those are important. But then often what happens in these TIFs or these CRL areas is that we're also saying, and we're going to invest additional dollars from the city tax base, right? So you have to take that into consideration as well. Whereas if you left it happening somewhere else, it's just development happening as normal with no cost to the city, right? So it's just, there's cost for maintenance and for operating afterwards, but there's not that upfront incentive requirement that just takes place. So it is a complicated analysis and one that we need to spend more time doing.
Well, and the one other thing that I wanted to just roll out a little bit, understanding we probably do, again, have other tools so we can do this, but it seems to me the other thing we've been struggling with as we load more density into neighborhoods is how to deal with the expectation on services that also get loaded in. And it strikes me that the CRL, although not the only tool we can use to do this, may be a useful tool in being able to guarantee that a neighborhood that is taking the extra strain, and we see this all the time of added people, has the wherewithal to be able, we have the wherewithal to be able to respond with the services that need, plus give benefit back to the people that are seeing their neighborhood change. So I recognize it's not really a revenue tool at that point, that it's still a wash, but it may be a useful tool in another way to do something that we haven't found another way to do, which is make sure that as we load into neighborhoods, we have the capacity to be able to support them. So it's probably not a question on the tax side, that's probably more a question on the planning side.
Councillor Henderson, I would say potentially. So those are the types of things that we need to explore in terms of what's the right tool to use as you look at continuing to densify neighborhoods. And potentially, but with caution, if you were to continue to use any more additional CRLs, which I think is one of the points of the report today, is that it might not be the best tool, and there might be other tools to use.
Yeah, and I'm just, I recognize there are definitely other tools. Whether or not they come with the kind of simple rigor that this one has, and discipline to it, is something that I would hope that we would keep in mind, because yes, you can always use your budget to do this, but quite frankly, we don't. And I don't know what rules we could put in place that would be that could link growth in neighborhoods to stresses and response. And it may be, from that point of view, it may be useful, because I think it creates a rigor that may have benefit in terms of what we're trying to, which is reverse of what we've always thought the CRL was there to do. which was to incent growth. It may be a way of responding to growth. Great, thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Just a couple questions. I guess the first one would probably be for Ms. McCabe. By approving the city plan, we already kind of hinted what areas of the town we are going to be kind of developing first, or at least thinking about developing first.
That's correct.
Is this any different from that, or well, why would it be different?
So Councillor Banga, yeah, you are correct in that the city plan has different phasing and staging within it, and the first increment is for 1 million to 1.25 million population. And within the entire city, we look at the nodes and the corridors as well as the entire city and determine which areas are recommended for investment, as an example, or which areas are recommended for nurturing, as another example. And so what administration is doing now is we're looking at the growth patterns for 1 to 1.5 million, and we're looking at, well, what is the space that the city of Edmonton should be in order to incent growth in certain areas within the city. We're working on that right now. That is what the growth management framework is intended to do, along with the district planning. And we'll be bringing that forward to council over the subsequent years as we implement that framework. And just as a reminder, the city plan is meant to be a market transformation plan over 50 years. So it's a really long-term plan, and we're going to work on that implementation within 10-year phases. And so as we look at that implementation, part of that will be looking at the toolbox, and some of the tools will include grants. Some of the tools may include additional CRLs or may include using tax incentive programs, but I think part of the report here today is just exercising some caution around taxes and using those as one of the tools.
Okay, so just, I know that there was a question already asked about CRL. Could somebody be able to explain it to me? How is a CRL different from what is being discussed here today?
So I think the broader kind of umbrella is called tax increment financing. CRLs were the specific named tool that we used here in Alberta that included this education tax uplift, or the portion that would otherwise have gone to the province. That rate is applied as a municipal rate, so we have additional municipal tax revenue. So that's the unique thing about CRLs. TIFs would work the same way. You establish a baseline assessment, and anything above that baseline becomes revenue that goes into that area, and whether that's growth or market value change. When a CRL situation, you also apply what otherwise would have been the education tax rate, and that additional revenue also goes into the CRL revenue for CRL purposes.
Okay, and so when you go back and take this report, what are we likely to see in the next, under the next steps?
Well, Councillor, at this point, the report is being provided for information. So at this point, we would be looking to council if they wish to proceed in any other specific way. But we are coming back in the third quarter with more information and more analysis around the industrial growth, industrial investment piece.
And I think part of that conversation can include, what kind of analysis we can provide about actually incentivizing new growth. I think that's a very important question that council has, and we have as well. It just requires a lot more analysis and consideration, so that's what we want to focus on as well.
Okay, so in this case, if we go ahead with this, are we going to be picking winners and losers? Excuse me.
So again, the CRLs, the TIFs, they're just tools, right? The question ultimately comes down, where do you want to invest city resources for what outcomes, right? And so that's a bit of a separate conversation that you have as council to determine what your priorities are and where those revenues get allocated for what reasons, and then you justify that to voters and to taxpayers here in the city. the CRL, the TIF, they're just different mechanisms to do these things. And what I think we've been pointing out as part of this report is that that tool isn't necessarily the best tool to achieve the objective. You can do the exact same thing just by direct investment.
Thank you. My time's up.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Are there other questions?
Don't see any.
The report is received for information, but I have a motion, but could that replace the?
Sure.
Okay. I'll move that administration provide annual reports to council as part of fall budget deliberations for the next 2 years with detailed reporting and analysis of property growth near LRT lines and transit roads. So we can begin to track, to introduce this, so we can begin to track where the focused investment in the city, particularly as it relates to the transit backbone, we can start to see how the investment relates to the growth that we see in the city. And, you know, it says for 2 years right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this. I mean, the real idea is to see how this kind of investment charts over the city, through the city over 20 years or 30 years. Not that I'm expecting anyone in this room is going to be here for 30 years to write those reports, but it's important that we also as council can explain to residents how the money that we're spending on their behalf or allocating on their behalf drives investment, drives growth, and drives value in their communities. So, so with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Any questions? I've just got one, which I think is probably compatible with the mover's intent based on our side conversation, but I found the map interesting and started to think, it reminded me of some maps that I've seen that have looked not just at instances of new permits, but also looked at, you know, assessment value per either square kilometer or square meter, some fixed unit that allows, particularly over time, the increasing revenue per, you know, we used to have a measure around linear infrastructure, for example, that's a proxy for the fiscal efficiency of the city, which is a premise of the city plan and a premise of putting this kind of infrastructure in, particularly on the transit side. So I guess the question is just whether mapping and visualization is something we could do more of as part of this reporting, because I think that would help to educate the new council and also provide tools to give to the public to explain the rationale that's in the city plan and that was, I think, behind the question that generated this report.
So yeah, I think that's absolutely something we can do. As you saw that we did a little bit of mapping for this report. It's something we played around with. We actually played with a few different versions. We tried to do some heat mapping as well. Those didn't show what we wanted them to show. They were a little bit weird and wonky sometimes. But we can, with a little bit more time, I think we can definitely get you some stuff that's useful and informative.
Well, and time is whatever the opposite of the essence is here, in the sense that, you know, I drove the Southeast LRT line the other day, and there is transit-oriented development being built next to a line that's not even open yet, which is an improvement over some of our, you know, and a testament to the integrated land use and transportation planning and the market signals and everything else. But there are also areas that I know are zoned, and I won't mention names, that could be years or decades away from major investment. And so really tracking this over time is probably more than 2 years. It's probably really a generational outlook. And I think that's what maybe I'll just speak to it and having your reassurance that I think you hear what I'm saying. And I think the premise of this report for me was about making the assumption that there's going to be growth. How can we close that benefit loop for Edmontonians? Whether they live next to the train and get the benefit of it, or whether they see that new growth next to the train is helping to pay for it. And you can go through an elaborate red tape and bureaucracy and paperwork exercise to link those things together with a tax increment financing. And I will confess a little bit of my disappointment around this is that if there's a way to do that, there's also a way to bring alternate financing into the, and partner financing similar to what I understand they're doing in Montreal for some of their light rail. And so if we're not at that point and the incentives aren't there and we don't need to do it because we can do it out of the general revenue and we have leaders who are prepared to make that case, which I certainly still am. I can't guarantee they'll be leaders in 12 months still making that case, but the momentum is what it is. The projects are what they are. They're going ahead at this point. So, so then if we can use some of the same principles to do some storytelling and illustration and interpretation and over time produce maps or other tools that help close that loop for people, then I think that is also useful for transparency without necessarily encumbering council in the same way. Though I'll be honest, I was also fine with encumbering future councils on this. But I get where administration is coming from on, and that there are some unintended consequences to that in tax policy and some of the assessment issues related to CRLs. And TIFs. So, and if we're not going to get the education property tax uplift anyway, that was the sweetener. If that's not really on the table these days, then as long as we can close the loop for people in the material we present, the budgets that we prepare and consider and pass, then I think that answers the question from my perspective. So I really appreciate Councillor Hamilton's motion to help advance that and the answers that we've had today. So I'll leave it there and see if there's anybody else before I go to Councillor Hamilton to close. Go ahead.
Nothing further.
Please vote.
And we have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
And display the vote. And that's carried. Well, we've got a generation of reporting to do on the implementation of the city plan. Perhaps this will lead into thinking about the different ways that outcomes get reported on implementation of that in the future. So, all right, let's keep going on tax policy. And now for something partially different. 6.5, the land use density options, residential subclasses impact, or the ghost of a certain councillor for a certain ward. I shouldn't say any more than that, who raised this question in a humorous way about 5 years ago. Presentation, go ahead.
Yep. The second report raises the question of residential tax subclassing. In October, Executive Committee asked us to explore the impact of using residential subclasses that were adjusted to acknowledge land use density. As I turn it over to Anton to give you the report, I'd like to highlight the 2 possible decision points for your consideration. The first, administration is seeking direction as to whether the subclassing option described is something Council would like to pursue in more detail. The report before you today provides broad strokes surrounding policy considerations and tax distribution impacts, but we would want to perform a deeper analysis on the data if this is a direction that Council wishes to pursue. Secondly, we would like to highlight the existing other residential subclass may be related to this conversation. Currently, Edmonton's other residential subclass places a 15% higher tax rate on residential properties with 4 or more dwelling units on a single title. The historical justification for this policy relates to the fact that the owners of these properties operate them as businesses and are able to offset property tax against other forms of taxation. However, a different policy direction may be indicated if Council would like to explore subclassing based on density. And with that, I turn it over to Anton.
Great, just pausing there to make sure it's all up. Perfect.
Excellent.
So thank you, Kate. Okay, so as outlined in the report, tax subclassing based on density is possible. And as a reminder, the tax subclassing tool, this was discussed in the tax policy paper, you would use a tool like this to either adjust the allocation of costs or to achieve some policy outcome. Now, based on the administration's analysis, subclassing based on density is unlikely to affect behavior. Consider the example of an Edmontonian deciding where to purchase a property. If the same kind of property is available in the suburbs for $400,000 that would cost closer to $750,000 in an urban area, a 10 or 20% tax rate differential is unlikely to affect that property owner's locational choice. Now, with that said, Council may wish to still consider the subclassing tool as a method of allocating costs. The Hemson report, for example, suggested city costs per capita in denser urban areas to be lower than cost per capita in lower density urban areas. A tax rate differential could acknowledge this cost difference. As a reminder, any tax rate decrease for one group of properties is accompanied by a tax increase for the others. Now, in reviewing these approaches and delving into it, we did also want to make you aware that there is the traditional market-based approach that already has incentives and cost allocations built in. While the rate between low density and high density remains the same, market value assessments adjust. Raising the previously used example of the choice between a 400,000 suburban and a 750,000 urban home, a property owner who chooses a low-density option in an urban area may end up paying close to double the tax amount for a single-family detached home. As land values increase proportionately to the overall property value, there is a natural incentive to densify, even without a rate change. Moving away from this traditional market value approach must be a conscious decision of council, and as part of that, it should be acknowledged that creating rate differentials moves away from a pure wealth-based tax and complicates the tax system. As subclasses are developed, the taxes a property owner pays become less tied to their ability to pay as measured by property wealth and begin being determined by other factors. In performing this analysis, two approaches were considered. The first, a location-based approach where specific areas are taxed at different rates. This approach was ultimately not chosen, as it can be difficult to determine where appropriate lines should be drawn, and some higher density properties may end up paying more than others. As an alternative, a land use-based approach was used. This approach was able to be more targeted and base the tax subclasses under which a property falls strictly by how the land was being used. Within the existing residential tax class, there are currently 34 land use codes used by the Assessment and Taxation Branch. Those codes were divided between what would typically be considered low density, usually between RF1 and RF3 zoning, and the remaining medium to high density development. If council sought to adjust medium to high density rates downward, the low density class would experience an upward pressure. Under this analysis, every 1% decrease for medium to high density results in about a 0.3% increase to low density properties. A 10% decrease to medium to high density, for example, would mean a 3% increase for low density properties. Now, tied to this conversation is a question of our existing other residential tax subclass. As mentioned by Kate, the city currently has a 15% tax differential on residential property with 4 or more dwelling units on a single title. The justification for this differential relates to the fact that owners of these properties do not themselves use the property for residential purposes, but as a business. Businesses earn income and have the ability to write off property tax as part of their income tax returns. Under the initial analysis, the one you see at the top there, this class remains untouched. If, however, council wanted to shift away from a business versus residential analysis and focus instead on density, an argument could be made for the elimination of the other residential class. Doing this alone and equalizing the tax rate for all residential properties, so there's just the one tax rate, would result in a 1.6% increase, tax increase, to the existing residential class as other residential comes down. If council subsequently looked to still pursue a density-based subclass, the analysis would shift as a larger percentage of medium to high density residential properties would reside in the assessment base. This means any tax decrease to these property types would mean a greater increase for low density residential property. As you can see, a 1% decrease to the one results in a 0.5% increase to the other. Or as another example, a 10% decrease for high density would represent a 5% increase for low density, and so on. This report has provided to committee the better understanding of policy implications and tax impacts of creating tax subclasses based on land use density. Now, if council wished to proceed with a serious consideration of these options, administration would recommend further analysis take place, as well as an opportunity to consult with affected taxpayers. Thank you, and we welcome questions.
Thank you. Who had selected this? Councillor McKean, go ahead.
I did, and I don't know where to start. Mr. Szabo, you talked about 10% reduction to the higher density classes would create a 3% increase for low densities residential. And then you had a 10%, 5%. I sort of missed that. Could you explain the difference between those two?
Yeah, apologies, Councillor. So in my attempt to try to keep it simple, what we provided both in the report and in kind of my speaking notes was the idea of just a 1% change. And then you can take that 1% change, so a 1% decrease to high density or medium to high density. You can take that change and multiply it by whatever number you want. So the baseline was a 1% decrease, representing a 0.3 or a 0.5, depending on the scenario. And then if you want to change a 1% decrease to a 10% decrease, you're basically just multiplying both by 10. So instead of 0.3, you're now at 3 or 5. Hopefully that makes sense.
Well, what's the difference between the 0.3 and the 0.5?
Fair enough. So the first table that I've shown, and maybe I'll get the clerk's office just to put the presentation back up there quickly, is under the first set there, that is just within the existing residential class. We basically ignore other residential, we leave it as it is. So you keep that 15% differential, it's its own animal. Now you're just deciding to do tax subclassing within the remaining residential class that currently exists. Under the second analysis, you're taking other residential, starting as equalizing all those rates. So you're bringing it down, the 15% differential, you're bringing it down, which means that everyone else sees a 1.6 just right off the top. And then you're talking about then doing a new split based on density. And that's where you're seeing this differential. Does that make sense?
When I wrote my column, I decided early on to not use many numbers because it gets confusing. And now I remember why. Thank you. I think I'm clear on that. So our broad city goals are to build a more compact city that's more efficient to service and to look after and build new infrastructure to serve that city. But I think what you're saying, Mr. Szabo, is it's not that simple. In creating new residential subclasses, reducing taxes on medium to higher density to increase taxation on low density, your analysis to this point is it wouldn't make that much difference in the market. Is that right?
Yeah, so as I said, tax policy typically is coming from one of two approaches. You're either doing it just because you want to reflect costs and you want to adjust who's paying how much, right? It's now a change in distribution. There's already a built-in mechanism called the assessment process, right, that says this is how much people should pay. And the moment you include subclasses, you're saying we want to judge it by a different standard. And we do that as it is with residential and non-residential. We decide non-residential pays more than residential. So you're already introducing allocation differences. Beyond that, you can also then say, we're not doing this to allocate costs, although that's always going to be a consequence. We're doing this because we're trying to achieve a policy outcome of incentivizing behavior. On that second point, we're saying that one is less kind of convincing, but doesn't prevent council from still going ahead and saying, look, we acknowledge there's a higher cost per capita for low density, so we're going to reflect that. So you can still do it and justify it based on the cost allocation argument without trying to say we're also sending price signals into the market. They may have an effect, but they're not going to be huge. I mean, unless you were to make it large, you could say we're going to multiply the low density rate by 2 or 3. And then you're going to get into impacting decision making, right? So just a question of how much you push on that.
So I think this would be for Ms. McCabe and a follow-up to, I think, things that Councillor Henderson and I have been trying to push for some time. So I'll set aside downtown. It's got a CRL. There's a bunch of investment going there. But a community like Oliver that is underserved by park and amenity is Edmonton's most population-dense neighborhood. And they're not going to get reduced taxes if we don't create a new subclass. And yet it's arguable, and I would argue, that they're not being treated fairly in the investment that they're getting back for their tax dollars. Any thoughts on that and as it sits in the context of this report?
Potentially, Councillor McKeon. I think it's challenging. Oh, that's really odd. Not sure what's happening with there. That's better. Potentially, I think I would not be comfortable saying that they're not being treated fairly because we have a tax policy that the tax group implements in a fair and equitable way, and perhaps Ms. Pearson could speak more to that. From an amenities perspective, we have a current way of allocating those amenities. Are there challenges associated with that? Yes, and that is part of the work of the city plan, is looking at how we can better align the amenity contribution, or the not amenity contributions, amenities in neighborhoods to as the neighborhoods are developing. And that is the hard work of administration over the next few years, working with the development industry in order to align, perhaps to better align the investments needed in neighborhoods with the development that's happening.
I'm out of time. Thanks, Mr. K. Appreciate it. Mr. Szabo, thank you.
Councillor Walters.
Thank you. So the first question, Mr. Szabo, fairly general. If you were to consider all the the 3 principles that you provided in the report, noting that, the proper allocation of costs may get, I suppose that falls under equity, may get greater emphasis. And which of the 3 options, or the options that you presented to us, do you think would more likely achieve those principles if we were to go into detail on them?
I'm going to dodge that question, Councillor Walters, and say that is a kind of decision of council in terms of where they think the priorities are. Our role is to advise you about the facts, but yeah.
Clearly, so maybe we can jostle a little bit about that. I do appreciate that it is our decision, but I wonder, considering the next step is not necessarily to move to the answer, but it's to do more detailed work on what would likely be the best answer. I think that's fair advice to seek from you in some specifics.
Councillor, I'm going to jump in here. I think Mr. Szabo does make the absolute right point. What we are advising is that these are all things that council has the power to do. I would suggest, as a tax and particularly a property tax professional, that the principles of property taxation are sort of embedded in the idea that it's a tax on wealth, and that we measure wealth using the value of property as a proxy. So when we talk about introducing different tax subclasses, we are starting to treat people differently, or taxpayers differently, according to their wealth, but maybe for good, solid city building reasons. So while this is obviously a decision for council, the caution coming from assessment and taxation would be that we are distorting a little bit the distribution of the tax burden as a consequence.
No matter which option we favored. I see you nodding. So then, noting that in the density subclassing option may not shift people's choices in terms of where they buy homes and what kinds of homes they live in, it would more accurately allocate costs. if I heard Mr. Szabo's presentation correct, if I understood it correctly.
Correct, yeah. So again, going back to Kate's point, there's the baseline property taxes distributing based on property wealth. If you want to base it off of having an argument of residential versus business, then you have certain reasons why you subclass. If you're doing based on density, you have other reasons why you might subclass. And so this would be an allocation of cost based on density.
Okay, so then noting the other equity questions, if we were to eliminate the other residential or the residential differential, that immediately has when you equalize that, it has the effect of a 1.6% tax increase off the top for everyone else.
Correct.
So you reduce the multifamily differential and that gets spread across everyone else. And that's something we could do fairly immediately. If we were to choose to do that, we could give you direction without requiring detail, or would you need to tell us more of the, detail more of the implications of that kind of decision?
I mean, it is council's prerogative. We have passed the tax rate bylaw, the subclass bylaw already this year. So we've already established the tax subclasses. Doesn't prevent us from coming back and adjusting those subclasses with another bylaw, amending bylaw. But we have already.
Or we could direct you to provide a further report on the implications of doing that, like more detail in terms of the effect that would have, not just on the whole tax rate, but then on other subclasses. And that could come for the following year, potentially. Is that accurate?
That's fair, and we can certainly provide updated information with current data. Like every year, those numbers are going to shift slightly because you're dealing with different assessment bases. So in 2020, other residential was a little bit higher. This past year in 2021, this year currently, we're seeing a bit of a decrease in that inventory. And so the share shifting adjusts every year. And that's one of the issues too, is that the year that you choose to equalize or to fix it, you've kind of locked in a certain distribution. You've chosen, in this case, this is where we're going to put the dollars back in. So just a consideration.
Right. Okay, thanks. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And my apologies, I had stepped away while Councillor McKeon was asking some of his questions, so I hope I'm not repeating anything, but if I do, just cut me off and I'll go back and listen appropriately. What I wanted to first check is that, again, when we're talking about other residential, that includes our mobile home communities, correct? Because they're sort of broken up a little differently. They actually are classed in two ways. The property owner is taxed, I think, at the other residential category. Is that how it works? And then there's the individual property owner who owns the mobile home itself.
Councillor, we actually probably need to go back and confirm. My current understanding is that we, like you say, we tax the landowner if there is a separate landowner at the other residential rate, but the property, like the personal property in terms of the homes themselves, at a regular residential rate. But let me go away and confirm that.
Okay, yeah, that's my understanding, and we find that can occasionally be a point of contention in some of these communities, because if that's being taxed at higher rates, then they'll, through the lot lease, almost always turn that back onto the residents there. And which is not unlike the apartment buildings, but just recognizing some of the economic challenges that can exist occasionally with residents. So, so when we're talking about this change, that if assuming that is correct, if we were talking about making that shift, at least bringing it back to equal instead of charging essentially a premium on other residential, that would apply to the land portion of a mobile home community.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, great. That's helpful context on there. And I also want to just make sure, because I don't think today is the conversation for that, there is still a separate report coming around what we might do with things like derelict property. I'm sorry to continue beating that drum, but I just want to double check. There's a separate report coming where that might tie into that. This wouldn't be the report to be talking about that, correct?
Yeah, it's correct, Councillor. This is not discussing derelict property.
I just wanted to make sure there is another report where that conversation is coming. That was not this one. You had referenced one that we were going to be chatting about in the
You
spring.
might see the look on my face. I'm pretty sure we brought that report forward last year and had that conversation.
Okay, I'll follow up with you after on that. So but today's not the day for that. So okay, good. That's all I needed to know on that. And I think that actually might be all of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll go next. So it strikes me there are two distinct issues before us here in this report. The first is the question of ways to incent or provide equity around the efficient use of land, either by frontage or by area. And I think the other, I hear all of the cautions around torquing the assessment and taxation system for a wealth tax to try to do that, and that there are unintended consequences of doing that. Are there actually other tools that we have at our disposal, either special taxes or area taxes or frontage taxes? They have something in Lethbridge, I gather, that's frontage based, that allows them to diversify their revenue mix through some shifting to say, okay, we're going to do, I don't know what % of their budget they raise through general market value property taxes and then what through frontage. But I mean, it strikes me we do that a little bit with local improvements for neighborhood renewal. But are there other tools in the toolkit that we're not using that would more elegantly get us to this issue of density and equity and incentive, and perhaps more transparently than trying to torque the market valuations or the tax rates on them?
Understood, but unfortunately, no. The MGA is very prescriptive in this space, and basically what you have is the ability to subclass at will under residential. Just confirming that with Mr. Ashmore. Mr. Ashmore, if you're online, would you mind weighing in, please?
Yeah, that's correct, Ms. Watt. To try and do any type of tax on frontage, you're limited to things like local improvements. That's where the MGA allows you to go down on that path. Any other tax tools would not relate to that. You could do frontage on a residential subclass. Ms. Watt is right on that. That would just be a different way of subclassing.
And then the second issue that may still be worth looking at. I think clearly your caution that it requires a lot of further analysis is well taken. The other distinct issue here, though they do overlap, and I see how, is the question of other res. Now, there is also historically this issue that pops up, and it's not quite the same as the CRLs that we were just talking about, but where to get to say 0% overall, that's not actually 0% for every taxpayer. And if certain properties are moving up in the market, as happened last year with other res, then much was made of the fact that their share went up by 6% last year. So if we wanted to undo that, say this year, and net it out, we could drop the differential from 15 to 9, give or take, if we wanted to net out that torque from last year. Yes?
We certainly could do that, but as Mr. Szabo mentioned, this year we did note that the other residential class fell 8%, like certainly more than the average residential. So
because rents are down and vacancies up, and transactions associated with that, which we measure, albeit given a lag, or show a decline relative to other properties.
that would be correct, yes.
So one of the rationales that I remember the last time we talked about this a long time ago was, I get the point about the landlord pays that tax as a business expense, and so versus you and I paying with after-tax dollars, it's a before-tax expense for them. Have we ever unpacked what the sort of marginal tax rate exposure is on that, or what is the efficiency of that? And is 15% the right prorate against that?
I would suggest that would require quite a deep analysis, and I caution that we may not have the necessary information to do that simply because it does require kind of a deep dive into income statements. We picked 15%, I believe, more as a historical benchmark, and we have just continued it forward. Why 15% and not a different number is sort of up for examination. And we're one of only a few municipalities that actually has that differential.
The other argument I recall that I didn't see in this report was that multi-unit properties tend to be assessed a little bit lower than when they're condoized, even as a comparable. But I didn't see that in this report, so I wasn't sure if that was still a rationale.
That's correct. I mean, that's based mostly in the kind of rights that you get. When you buy a condo, your suite of rights is larger than owning the equivalent amount within a larger sort of property. I'm not explaining this very well, but with condominium ownership, with owner-occupied, you have more ability in terms of transaction than you would when you've got a single title for the entire property.
Oh, and that's ascribed value.
Yes.
Okay, that's illuminating. I'm out of time. I'll go to Councillor Henderson still on the first round.
Yeah, just to be a little bit mischievous in this, because I'm wondering, I mean, I think we've always been a bit frustrated that a wealth tax may not be the best and fairest way for us to be funding the city. So I want to look at that premise just for a minute here and see if we move away from that, if we go back to the premise that there, ideally, I think there are other kinds of taxes we'd much prefer to have besides a wealth tax. There's other ways we can move around within those kind of restrictions that we have that actually may align with something that makes more sense and would be seen as fairer by our citizens. I think that's got to be the objective here. So, and I ask that a little bit cautiously because there's nothing worse than an overly complex system. I don't think that helps either. You want to be as clear and as clean and as obvious as you can. But before we walk away from this, I just thought I would explore the premise that if we're in agreement, which I think we are, that a wealth tax may not be the best way to be taxing our citizens to pay for what the city needs to do, are there some movement we can make within here with some of the tools we have that could move to something that was a bit more aligned and perhaps a bit fairer for people?
Councillor, thank you very much for the question. It is a little bit philosophical, the notion of a wealth tax. I mean, it is the property tax, and the property tax can be described as a wealth tax. Sometimes people call it a user services tax. I think that is a question that is debatable. I personally consider it more of a wealth tax, just in the way that it functions, than I do a user tax, but we can definitely have that further conversation. What it is not, however, is a consumption tax or an income tax. No. So that is why, as a municipality, we are constrained in how we raise revenue. We do not have income taxing powers, nor do we have consumption tax powers beyond, contributions from the federal gas tax.
No, and that's why I was wondering, is within the constraints we have, if we could get to, because my frustration with it is it's not just a wealth tax, it's a tax on illiquid wealth. That the only way you can realize the wealth we're taxing is to sell the thing that we don't want you to sell, which is why it has always been really problematic for a lot of people, particularly people on fixed incomes. It has nothing to do with their ability to pay. The only way they can realize that wealth is to sell the property. And that's not something we want to incent, I don't think. So, that's why I'm interested. I understand in principle why if it is a wealth tax, everything you're saying makes sense. I'm proposing something different, given that I think if it was up to us, we would look at a different kind of taxation entirely. If there are some tools that we can use in here that would allow us to do some kind of shift to something that worked a bit better for people. So I just asked the question. I don't even know what that would look like, but I guess, I just wanted to question that essential premise that a wealth tax is where we should be.
It is the system under which Alberta functions, and it is actually true across Canada and across most of North America that municipalities are funded by property taxes, and property taxes are a form of wealth taxation. And they are at least philosophically, they are related to the ability to pay. The notion being that if you can afford a home worth X amount of dollars, you can afford a contribution to the sort of governance of your community in proportion to what that wealth of property is. The challenge here is what can a municipal government do outside of that, and unfortunately it's very, very limited. I would mention that within the Alberta system, and I think also within the Edmonton, what we do here at the City of Edmonton is we do have circuit breakers. So people on fixed income who maybe have an enormous...
Yeah, no, understood. Yeah, I just, what it doesn't relate to particularly well is the load that you decide to put on the larger system. And I think that's why we asked this question. If we could come up with something that would actually respond to the, well, I asked it about the last item as well, to that expense side of the equation, and that the right people are paying for the choice that they make in terms of burdening the city with provision of service. So, and if that's the premise we're trying to get to, then that's why I think this discussion is an interesting one. Anyway, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Walters?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, not to beat this dead horse, but to go back to my earlier questions about which principles align most effectively with which options, I presume that your advice is that the principles described in the report are supported best by the status quo. Is that fair?
I think what we are pointing to is if council is interested in pursuing more residential taxation on the basis of sort of city building and a distribution of services, one, we would like more time to do an analysis, and two, just an understanding that we do not think the ability to move the needle on demand is very high in the tax arena.
Right. So that's what I'm struggling with a little bit in terms of the dodging. The question is, if we were to give direction based on the options, I'm trying to understand which option aligns with those principles most effectively. So it's more of an analysis question as opposed, which is the analysis worth doing, since that's the sort of product that we're potentially moving forward today.
So I think some of the ideas mentioned by the mayor is one of those things. We can look at what the benefit is for being able to write off property tax on an income tax statement, to look at what that is, to see if that other residential rate is appropriate based on that analysis. It's a different lens we're looking at when we're talking about density, right? So there's one lens coming at it from business, from the perspective of it's a business, and it's a separate conversation around density. And then for that side of things, you might want to look to, look more in detail, for example, the Hempson report, and see, okay, what is that cost differential for density? And do some of that analysis to figure out what would be an appropriate number to reflect the difference in cost. So that would be the kind of work that we'd be looking to do if you wanted to pursue this further.
So in that vein, it would be interesting to draft something that kind of led you down that road a little bit. So the other question I have related to this is, so it's 4 units or greater that puts you into the other residential class, correct?
Yeah, on a single title. It's a little bit more complicated. I'm sure our lawyers would love to get.
So let's start there on the single title. So if you build a semi-detached, which is a serious part of our infill work, if you build a semi-detached and you have 2 secondary suites, you're in that 4-unit category, and at that point you're paying the greater rate, the 15% greater rate. Correct?
That would be correct if each of those suites was on a separate title. Generally, basement suites are rental suites, so they exist on one title. I would suggest the majority of duplexes are actually still on the regular residential rate. Oh,
okay. I wasn't clear about that. But if you cut them up, then that's at that point.
Yes,
And
correct.
if you-
So if you've got an actual fourplex, which is more of a multifamily looking building as opposed to a residential cut up, then if you've got 4 separate titles in one property, then yes, that is on the other residential rate.
Dwelling units on a single title, yeah.
So 4 dwelling units on a single title is the regular rate.
No, that would be the other residential, right? So if you have this duplex, typically you're gonna have a different title for each duplex, right? So one side of the duplex will have its own title. You can purchase that separately to the other duplex that you're purchasing separately. You have two different families moving into those different properties, and they'd own them separately. That makes them then no longer 4 dwelling units within a single title. So they'd be on the residential rate. You're talking more, but when you're talking about fourplexes, you're looking at these kind of rental accommodations where there are 4 units and one property owner owns all 4 of those units on a single title. They purchase and sell those units as one whole piece, right? So the Strathcona neighborhood has quite a few of those, for example.
So I'm sorry if I'm not following. So if you own the whole thing, all 4 units on one title, and you're renting the basement suites and the other side, you're on the other rate.
Correct. One title though. So you could also have a situation where you subdivide the title, you own 2 titles, and you're renting 4 units, in which case then you're on the residential rate. So it's not perfect.
Okay, I'm out of time again. Thanks.
Councillor Hamilton?
I'll be quick because this has been about a conversation about density in residential subclasses, but I hear that there is an opportunity to have a conversation about those city growth objectives and residential subclassing, but we need to have that separately, correct? Is that accurate?
We would certainly like to tie that and work more closely with our friends in USF. Thank you. In order to be able to sort of tie the city plan and the growth management framework to taxation, just to round it out.
All right. One of the things I'm going to poke a little bit is the potential for heritage subclassing. And I don't know a way to phrase this. I'm going to call it energy subclassing. So with heritage buildings, for instance, we have, especially, and homes in developed neighborhoods and mature neighborhoods, not necessarily heritage properties, we have an issue of energy poverty, wherein you have older properties that need a significant amount of investment to, I think if you look at a heat map, they lose huge amounts of heat. We also have a separate, equally important issue in the city of people not being able to afford to maintain heritage homes. And I'm wondering if the subclassing could be used to, this is really the opposite of density subclassing, but to create an environment where investment in those properties, I think the best thing for the environment is you'd not create more waste, I don't know. But to maintain and upgrade those properties to bring them up to 21st century standards. Is that something that you could use this mechanism for?
In theory, yes. We would not recommend it. That would be a much better use of a grant because there's a lot more ability for administration and council to direct where those funds go. The issue with using tax and tax subclassing in that sphere is sort of defining who and what, like which type of property fits which type of schema, bearing in mind that every tax subclass is something that can be brought forward as an appeal to the Assessment Review Board. It doesn't tend to happen, but the more complex your subclasses get, the more that risk opens up.
Okay, that makes sense. And we've done similar granting programs on, like, for other purposes, as like with non-residential properties, correct?
Yeah, and I believe we have a report coming imminently to you on that.
Yes. All right, thank you.
So back to the other res, some of the, I'm thinking back to some of the feedback we got when we were talking about the high impact project grant to support larger, primarily purpose-built rental, or likely to be purpose-built rental. And we heard from at least one investor that the tax rates were a challenge for them and their financing. And it strikes me in the context of the density conversation, like charging extra, I'm not sure it's any more justified for a 30-story building than for a 3-story walk-up. But it seems to me that if one of the premises here is that there ought to be some accounting for the inherent step change efficiency gain the city gets by stacking several hundred people on half a block in terms of efficiency of infrastructure and so on and so forth, and that having another res that's higher is actually at cross purposes potentially with that. So I'm trying to reconcile in my mind the argument for why a rental property is a business and should be charged extra, and the fact that within the portfolio of rental properties, there are aging properties, heritage properties, energy inefficient properties, and how we might, but whether in fact the differential at the scale of the downtown construction is, particularly for the high rises, is a barrier to investment attraction, to project viability. I don't know how we'd establish that either, but we've just had to make a significant intervention on the grant tax modification side to keep business moving, and I think we're going to get 4 or 5 cranes out of it, but that's a bit of a COVID Band-Aid, and really the deeper question is, are we structurally sending a disincentive to that kind of development by having this differential on all rental, or at least on the high density other res?
Mr. Mayor, I think this is an excellent question. Actually, there was some context that was missing during that conversation that's useful to bring up now, which is that when some of those property owners who were expressing those concerns came forward, the issue was actually primarily an assessment adjustment issue, right? So what had happened actually was that previously, and this is getting into the weeds of assessment, and admittedly we're not perfect, we do our best to try to capture value. High rises were likely historically undervalued. So some of those higher density properties, we had used a single model to capture both low density and high density. And when we started looking at the data, we started realizing, this was only a few years ago, that likely we need to make an adjustment to a certain segment of those inventories. Now, when they started their construction, they did their performance based on their current assessment and their current tax structure. And then there was an adjustment, that resulted in a bit of a shifting. And that's the reason why you primarily heard from those property owners. They were seeing a shift, but they knew already, they had built in the other residential, they knew what their tax rates were, they took their building, they said, here's what it will be worth at the end of the day, here's what the tax rate's gonna be, here's what our costs are gonna be. But they didn't project a 20 or 30% increase in their building value, which we had to adjust. Now, if they were, they were just looking at typical taxes, if they were actually seriously asking themselves, what's this building worth, as they knew through their performance, and is the assessment reflecting that? Right, they might have made some different calculations, but they go off of what we provided in the past. So that was part of the challenge that they faced. It was that change in distribution as a result of an adjustment we made.
Okay, that closes the loop helpfully on that other conversation, at least partially, but I think their argument also was that the taxes are now then impairing the value of the building or their ability to recoup their investment.
Yeah, they built their performance, their reason to build off of a different tax calculation, and then once they were finished, they found themselves paying significantly more, so that caused them anxiety.
Well, I have to say, I'm really tempted today to say that we should flatten it and get rid of the other to make space for this other conversation about if we want to move in the direction of incenting or providing equity around efficiency, because I think that what we have right now is running at cross purposes to it, but I still feel like there's a missing rationale for if there was to be a differential to do with before and after tax, what would that be? But I also, since I don't have that, I can't really defend 15 either, so I feel a bit stuck.
Mr. Merriman, in history, it was upwards of 50%, it went down to 20%, and then it was being phased out, so it was at 15% because of the phase out.
Yeah. Yeah. So in that sense, it's unfinished business, but curious others' thoughts, Councillor Knack?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So I guess what I'm just curious about is recognizing, at least I'll speak for myself, it sounds like there might be I'd be interested in exploring getting that analysis around what would happen if we remove that differential on the other residential. That would just be the motion to do the analysis, and then it would really be up to the next council to do that, correct? So you'd take some time, you would come back, I imagine, after the new council changes over.
There are two pieces of analysis. The analysis around frontage or efficiency or density is a longer piece of work. The analysis around the rationale for a stronger rationale for any differential would be potentially a longer piece of work, but the decision to reduce it, I mean, we've set the subclass, but we can set the mill rate the same. We don't have to set the mill rate 15% higher. We're not obliged to do that. So as far as I can understand, prior to setting the mill rate for the year, we could still make that adjustment, notwithstanding the subclass is established. So there is an opportunity if we wanted to make a move on the other res, we still have room to do that. But to have a rationale for any change there might take, to have a substantive conversation about the rationale for a change is separate from the longer piece of analysis around the density.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess my question to Min, because this year it's been sort of back and forth each of the last 4 years, and if I recall correctly, last year other residential actually saw an increase where I think everything else saw a decrease. This year, while everything saw a decrease, other residential saw a greater decrease than the other categories, correct?
Correct.
So it might be more wise, and this isn't a question, maybe it's more of a statement, if you're looking at, because I think we should get rid of that 15%, but I don't know if this is the right year to do that based on where we're at, and if that gives us some time to iron things out, then the next council could make that decision, because I do think that's the right one. I just making sure it's being done right instead of rushing it over the next month and a half might be the right approach. So that wasn't a question, sorry. That would be my thoughts on it though.
Thank you. That's helpful. Councillor Henderson and McKean are still on the second round, or actually Councillor Carmel is on the first, so I'll go to him next.
Sorry, I didn't intend to jump the queue there. I guess what's still, we've talked about this before, so I hesitate to repeat the question, but what's still bothersome for me is this is the yin and the yang of the other residential subclass where it's corporately owned. And there may not be any science to this, so this might be the premise of my question, that the larger the building, the more likely it's corporately owned. And any change in how much tax that building pays, especially right now immediately, is not necessarily going to get passed on to the tenant to make choices about what dwelling they want to live in based on how much tax they pay.
Yeah, so that's what we found when we did the adjustment last time to reduce it down from 20 to 15. There is a market equilibrium. There's a point at which the market will bear a certain rent. And whether or not they can pass down those costs will be a question of whether or not the market can bear higher rents.
And if it's we don't know this necessarily, but if it's a market that is somewhat depressed because people have had trouble paying their rent, and you've got building owners, changing that rate right now might simply be found cash for some of those owners and not necessarily relief or incentive to the actual tenants. It's hard to say. We don't know.
And every owner would make their own decision based on what they would do.
And if we go back to this, I think the underlying premise of this discussion is that we want to see more higher density development, including purpose-built for rent buildings that are by their nature higher density developments. But there's a real difference between that national conglomerate that owns buildings with 300 units in them and that family-owned 12-unit walk-up. And therefore, the equity, the equilibrium point between taxes that are deductible to a corporation and that portion of which is passed on, that's a different point of equilibrium in almost on a building-by-building basis. Am I right, more or less? So it's really hard to make generalities or reach general assumptions around this discussion, one way or the other, to justify the incremental 15% or to justify removing it.
I would absolutely agree with you, Councillor. This is the challenge in tax and tax policy, and also figuring out sort of on a wider basis who you're trying to benefit. So totally acknowledge this is a challenge.
So by whatever reason, here we are. Where from here is a really difficult question to ask at the best of time, never mind in these very weird current circumstances.
The one thing I would say is that the existence of the other residential class does not benefit density. So if that is this is perhaps one area. I would also argue that under our provincial legislation, the existence of that, like while it is absolutely okay to have it, it does create a market distortion in the sense that what defines these buildings as residential is what is kind of inherent to the building themselves. It is used for a residential purpose, and we do not distinguish within our current system within Edmonton, like rental buildings that are one single-family home, for example, or one duplex.
Or a short-term rental.
Or a short-term rental.
Yeah.
They are all given the benefit just simply because of the way everything is defined and used.
I don't have any other questions. I have philosophical musings. But that's
No, good points, though, speaking to the complexity of this. So thanks for that, Tim. Councillor Henderson?
Well, just to continue on that, I actually had one slightly different question I'll come to at the end. But I think we found out from last time we tried this, that actually this is, if we think we're doing this to keep rents down and to help the tenant, I think we're being naive. I don't think there's any point in trying to do it for that. So it's not going to attract people to go into a rental business because rents are completely set based on what the market will bear, correct? And that was what we found out last time.
That was our experience during the last phase out,
And so really what this will affect is pro formas. And the pro formas will show up in a number of different ways. I think to the mayor's point, if the pro forma looks better, then you may have more investment in new buildings. It may also affect when people buy and sell buildings, correct?
Yeah, so you're looking at basically a bit of a larger benefit or larger profit for the developers who are looking at these buildings or owners.
Yeah. And the other thing that strikes me is in 2006, our major problem was condo conversions, where rental units were coming off the market and turning into condos where their tax base would have gone down, correct?
That was true here and true in other municipalities such as Calgary.
And I don't think that's our issue right now. So I think we need to be really careful with this one. I'm curious about one other thing, though, in terms of the ratio question, and I just can't remember. In terms of the principle of where you might set this, is what is the ratio difference between our res and our non-res? Because arguably, if we're taxing these because they're businesses, I'm wondering if we should be looking at their relationship to what we would charge them as a business. Because our non-res, is a very different, that seemed to me might be an appropriate way to set what we think the differential should be for exactly the same reasons we have a differential between res and non-res. So how does that line up?
Yeah, so I mean, the actual kind of differential, if you're looking at municipal only, is about 2.7 to 1. So close to 3 to 1 is a differential there, but not quite. And when you include education tax, it actually comes a little bit tighter because the education tax, they set their differential at 1.5 to 1, so they're quite a bit tighter. But yeah, it's a bit of a different process. Within other residential, we have locked it in at this ratio of 15% more. For non-residential to residential, that number shifts every single year, that ratio, both based on the question of what we allocate to each bucket of revenues we want to collect. So, for example, last year we put the entire budget increase on the residential, so that would have tightened the ratio, and assessment shifting. So when assessment values shift over time, if, say, for example, the value of non-residential goes up faster, that's going to drop their rate and tighten it as well, right? So it's always a question of both of those factors. So it's a floating rate for them.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not a perfect answer, and I raise it as a question of as a question more principle than anything else that I thought might be worth thinking about, which is that essentially the argument for why we would do something different with the multi-res is the same argument for why we do. I assume, is because we consider them a business. So is that a better way to apportion what the difference should be? Understanding that would be a massive shift right now. So there's no way you could do it. But if you could watch that piece of the puzzle, it might be a fairer answer to this question. So I just raised it as a thought or a question, I suppose.
Yeah. Councillor, I think, in answering your question partially, and then also going to, I think, where the mayor's mind is headed, is that this report was trying to just present to council the concepts and the philosophy behind some of these subclassing. If there's direction from council saying, yes, we are interested, then, that allows us to have that permission to really go ahead and dig deeper into it. We just haven't done that digging yet, which, if that's the direction of council to look into this, yes, there's interest in flattening the rate or not, let's do more analysis on that very question. Right now, all we have for you is the impact, not the justification necessarily.
Yeah, and I can see flattening the rate only as an incentive to get more being built, and that would probably be a short-term answer anyway. If we were going to make a change, I would be more interested in having a look at that distinction between a business and a private homeowner as a premise for why you would have a differential. So how you get there, I don't know, but it seems to me that then you wouldn't be continually going back to this discussion every 10 years whether we need to or not, because it would be based on a different kind of principle. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Walters?
So maybe what I could do, Mr. Mayor, is just put something on the table or on the floor. Sure. Which is, and I don't think that I'm prepared to support any changes this year, noting this conversation, noting the context, and that the justification for any changes would be a bit of a sort of pin the tail on the donkey exercise in some ways. And I could be convinced otherwise again, I guess, potentially, even though I'm not clear on it at this point. But I could move that administration conduct further analysis on options 2 and 3.
Okay. Yeah, that's acceptable as a motion.
And just to introduce that then briefly, is that others that want to, conduct further analysis on options 2 or 3. I know we've talked about, understanding justifications for what's proposed there. So as Mr. Zavos suggested, that could be in the wording, but I think that's inherent in the conversation. So if people wanted it to be more explicit, that would be friendly to me.
Okay, well, that gives us something to start with. So there might be some friendly adjustments to it. Or that might just allow the conversation to keep going. Do you have a sense of when you'd want to pick this up?
Well, I'd put that to Ms. Watt and Mr. Szabo. Like, what's your sense of, like, when I say conduct further analysis, noting the conversation, there's been a lot of good questions and there's a lot of complexity. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure where it will lead. I feel like it's based on the conversation. It's worth us exploring it a little further, and it's probably something for the next council at this point, but I'll leave that for you to comment on.
Yeah, so I would say we would certainly want a little bit more time in the standard report turnaround. Q3 would be probably pushing it. Q4 would be more comfortable for us, although acknowledging that by that point you'll have had a budget conversation. So.
Well, maybe it's even Q1, so that it's before mill rate if you want to make some interventions, but folks will have had the benefit of the onboarding and the budget context, and then you've got time to flesh out options and perhaps have some industry conversations as well. So how about Q1?
That's great.
Okay.
Let me know. I'll try to tune in.
Maybe we'll be allowed to come and watch. You and I can sit up in the back and sneak popcorn, Statler and Waldorf style. So just on this, I think maybe I got to go back. Which one's 2 and which one's 3? I was looking at this last week, but the one is efficiencies and the other is the other res. Which one is which?
So just to be clear, they weren't necessarily articulated as options within the report, but the report did discuss subclassing within the existing residential class as one conversation, elimination of other residential as a separate conversation, and the third being amalgam of those two approaches.
Okay, so option 2 then is, or scenario 2 is the elimination of the other residential differential. So fleshing that out would look at this question of the rationale, the tax rationale, and perhaps if there's an assessment differential because they're valued differently. And this prorates for both of those things and any other factors. I think just fleshing all of those out and trying to establish, recognizing Councillor Carmel's point that's going to vary from building to building. If we can make some aggregate generalizations that form a rationale, because we don't have a policy on this, do we?
No.
Which means we don't really have a fixed rationale. And I think if we are to maintain a differential, it should have a rationale defending it. So I think if we can articulate what the rationale would be for maintaining such a differential, if that can be read into further analysis, and then a recommendation, and then against the tension of Councillor Henderson's point, which is that it's not immediately going to lead to flow through to tenants, and that was perhaps an opportunistic or naive assumption. I've been called naive earlier today on a housing issue. But that if it does attract more investment, which creates more supply, which rebalances the market in a way that ultimately benefits tenants and benefits the city in terms of investment attraction, what are the benefits of sending a tax policy signal to the commercial residential real estate space that is different than the signal that we're sending them today? Now, that's an even bigger question than marginal tax rates and before tax and after tax. But I guess if there's some, I mean, I know if we ask the folks who build these, their answer will be, of course, you should get rid of it. But what would be helpful to understand is materially what tipping over affects, reducing it to 10, reducing it to 5, reducing it to 0, or pursuing option 3 and looking at, if these are super high density, that instead of a targeted grant, we want to say if you're building at least 100 units of something vertical, then it's going to be minus 10 instead of plus 15. And that we want to do that to advance the city plan. I think that would be the real tax policy conversation that brings option 2 and option 3 together, which you need at least a year to figure out, so. Yeah. But yeah, for me, I would still need to be really convinced that we're not at cross purposes with the tax argument, the after tax, before tax argument, and the density argument. So this has been a really good conversation. It hasn't settled it for me. I have more questions than answers when I started. So I think that the adjustments here in the motion will lead to closer to that conversation for the next council. So I'll support the motion here. I don't see anyone else, but
Mr. Mayor, just for your consideration, Mr. Ashmore is messaging me and pointing out that for option 3 or scenario 3, we if we wanted to do anything in that space, we would have to change the subclass bylaw, and that is done in Q4.
Well, the next council's got 4 cycles to feed something in over, so even if they start to make a move, if they're phasing in something over a period of time, if the first move is a change to other res, they can still do that. Any subsequent changes, they'd have 3 more cycles to phase in on. So that's a good flag, though, but I doubt the new council's gonna get their heads wrapped around this in Q4 before setting the subclass bylaws. So that's fair, Mr. Ashmore, but I think it's gonna take the next council more than a couple of months. All right.
There's many Q4.
There's an infinite supply of Q4s, if we think in abundance terms. Any other thoughts on this one before I go to Councillor Walters to close?
Mr. Mayor, we did sort of clerkify, for lack of a better word, the motion. So if I could just get confirmation that that's satisfactory to you and to the mover.
Yep, I think so.
Yeah, and we've said lots. I don't have anything more to add, Mr. Mayor. Happy to go forth and analyze.
Okay. Let's vote before I confuse myself anymore.
And we're just missing Councillor Walters' vote. I can see that you're in the right meeting, but it's not coming through.
Oh, there it is. Finally submitted to my hard pressing.
It'll arrive in Q4.
Yes, and apologies, but it hasn't come through.
I am firm yes.
Thank you. So you have 5 votes.
Display
Mr.
the
Mayor.
vote. The punt is successful, clean through the uprights. That's a different thing.
That's a field goal. This was to the 4-yard line. Good punt.
Deep, deep. All right, let's get some coffee in the next 17 minutes and then come back and finish.
What's left? 066.
6-6, yeah, just consulting. And 6-1, actually 6-1 and
yeah.
6-6.
Oh, yeah.
We got a couple.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Coffee it is.
Just for everyone's awareness, we have turned the live stream on.
Good afternoon and welcome back. We have two items left on our agenda. They are item 6.1, the temporary pandemic accommodation operation agreement. And we're just looking at whether we can get this one to council on Thursday instead, a couple weeks out from now, just to keep it moving, because there's a little bit of urgency around the timing. But we can take questions on it today and hopefully come to a recommendation and then route it accordingly by the time we're looking at a motion. And then last but not least, we'll have the professional consulting services usage items. So, but on temporary pandemic accommodation, are there any introductory comments?
Just a very short presentation, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
For this item online, we have Jackie Ford and Crystal Kajener from our social development branch. We also have staff from finance and legal services here today. The impacts of the pandemic on our city's most vulnerable residents have required unprecedented collective action by the homeless serving sector and the city to keep people safe and to provide essential services. In response to these challenging circumstances last fall, Council directed the administration to supplement the sector's collective efforts by opening a 24/7 low-barrier temporary accommodation for individuals experiencing homelessness. At the end of October last year, the Edmonton Convention Center became a temporary 24/7 low-barrier shelter. Since then, the site has been named Tipinawa, which offers low-barrier shelter with a comprehensive suite of services. Tipinawa continues to support an average of 618 visits per day for drop-in day services and an average of 260 visits per night for overnight shelter, reaching capacity almost every night and every day since opening. Essential services such as meals, laundry, showers, enhanced storage, and day sleeping space have also been used to their maximum capacity on a daily basis. The low-barrier approach at the facility has addressed a significant need in our community, complementing existing services from other agencies and providing another option for those sleeping rough through the winter. The intention has always been for the operation to be temporary, with an initial target closing date of March 31st of this year. With the terms of the three original sole source agreements we signed with community agencies ending February 28th of 2021. Our partners in the community have been engaged throughout the past several months to explore and understand the options available to transition out of Tipinawa once services are discontinued. In order to properly manage a successful exit from the convention center, sufficient time is needed to prepare alternative options for transition of individuals to other facilities and services with partner agencies. As such, we are seeking to amend the 3 single-source agreements to extend the contract to April 30th, 2021. This will require an increase to the overall budget by $2,206,000 and $672, with funding from the COVID-specific funds set aside in the appropriated financial stabilization reserve. Costs associated with Tipinawa have depended considerably on the demand for services provided. And from the administration's perspective, the operators have done an excellent job of finding efficiencies and savings wherever possible, including working with staff at Explore Edmonton and other agencies to secure significant in-kind supports. Administration will continue to work closely with the operators to manage the expenses within the confines of the single-source agreements and to coordinate a timely end of operations this spring. Thank you, and we can now go to questions.
Thank you. Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And I think it always bears repeating that you've done amazing work. Mr. Spike, your team, Jackie and Crystal. So thank you for all that you've done, and all the people, of course, on the ground carrying out this work day in, day out. There were a couple of numbers in there in reading the report yesterday that jumped out. And that was, I think, 4,180 unique individuals for day services and over 2,200 unique individuals staying overnight. I think I have that right. And I just wonder, that is, those are alarming numbers. And does anybody have perspective or context for me?
Crystal, can you weigh in on that one?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Councilor McKean. So yeah, those numbers are not inconsistent with what we also saw in terms of day users at the Expo Center. I think we know that the pandemic has placed considerable strain on all Edmontonians, but in particular Edmontonians who are vulnerable or experiencing homelessness. On any given night before the pandemic started, we had about 2,000 people in our city experiencing homelessness, and since then we have reason to believe that that number is increasing. As you know, also homelessness is a system of inflow and outflow. So someone who may have experienced, utilized Tipinawa for services at the beginning of the activation may no longer require them towards the end. But that number is not, although, of a significant scale, unfortunately, it wasn't overly surprising.
So the day services might be utilized by people who actually are in another shelter or in some sort of housing that is maybe not ideal, but they're using the day services then, yes?
That's correct. We believe a significant portion of people who are accessing day services at Tipinawa, similar to the Expo Center, are precariously housed or are housed but experiencing other issues related to food insecurity or trouble accessing services, like laundry, social services, that sort of thing.
And remind me, what would be the sort of goal end date for the convention center operations?
It would be the end of April.
The end of April now, and the plan is to work on what happens then, Mr. Smythe?
Councilor McKean, we've been working with Alberta Health Services, with Community and Social Services and Homeward Trust to look at other possible opportunities in our city, which other buildings might be feasible, and even looking as well, scoping in some hotels into that thinking. Ideally, we would like some smaller facilities where it isn't quite as the number of individuals. That's the wave of that's how we want to pursue this. I should also let council know, let committee know that in addition to the shelter at the convention center, the shelter at Commonwealth Stadium and the facility operated by Mustard Seed on the south side in the Cesco building, or what's referred to as the Cesco building, are also will be closing sometime this spring. Not exactly, dates aren't exactly known, but all three of those facilities will have to find new venues to provide their service.
A concern, I guess, would be the community's lack of tolerance, maybe an understandable lack of tolerance for public camping or camping on public land. And your goal then is to make sure that there's very little of that, Mr. Smythe? We're not going to rely on camping in public land as part of our response.
No, we're looking for shelters, Councillor. Certainly, we're well aware of that challenge. You know,
Yeah.
come the warm weather. The challenge, obviously, is working with the providers around ensuring there are low barrier services, low barrier facilities for these individuals to access. And jump in, Crystal or Jackie, if you want to add to the conversation.
Yeah, I would just to echo Mr. Smythe's comments that we don't believe encampments are a suitable response to homelessness, and we believe that in order to meet people's needs the best way and during a pandemic, the safest way is to ensure that everybody has access to adequate shelter that is designed in a way that mitigates the public health, or includes public health measures to ensure that it's safe and supportive.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you for all this important work on everybody's part. And a couple questions. My first question is about this gap in when we discontinue those the places like Edmonton Convention Center or Tippinawa and the new facilities that we are talking about. Are they going to be ready for by then?
Well, Councillor, the plan we're working on would be to ensure that there are shelters for the next 6 to 8 months. The end goal is this fall. The Hope Mission has their new facility opening downtown. So we have this gap basically in service, and that facility should accommodate, my latest information is up to 400 people. So that should be a very, very positive addition to our shelter system in our city. But we have this period of time between the end of April and roughly October that we have to ensure that there are shelter for those individuals.
Okay, I was contacted by some folks here saying that there was quite a bit of damage to the convention center. Do we know that if there is damage, or and who's picking up the tab for the damage?
Councillor, I'm not sure how we define a lot of damage, but we're certainly well aware. We anticipated that there would be some challenges with the facility that have to get fixed and replaced. So that's in the budget. And I know that Explore Edmonton is also doing some capital changes there as well. So we'll leave the facility as we got it when we first launched.
Okay. And as we go, I know I'm looking at these numbers here, 30,000 meals, 3 per person per day. So are we going to be supplying meals to these folks basically for the unseen future, or do we have, I guess there's some discontinuation or annuation or transition to something else?
Ms. Kajener, do you want to weigh in on the nutrition?
Sure. So, Councillor Banga, I mean, insofar as the city is involved in providing 24/7 shelter, food is a part of that, and it's whether it's being funded by the province or the city, meals are part of the 24/7 shelter. We are obviously working with our provincial counterparts to encourage the practices that they've enacted during the pandemic to provide 24/7 shelter and not just overnight shelter as they've done in the past. They've indicated to us at this point that they intend to continue that practice beyond the pandemic, which we think is a positive development for helping ensure the needs of Edmonton's vulnerable community are met. And so I think hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. And my next question is about, with this downturn in economy, all the hotels and motels having plenty of vacancy in there, have we done any, analysis on would it be cheaper to rent these hotels on temporary basis than having our own, 24/7 shelters open?
Councillor, I think it's some of both. Certainly with Homer Trust, certainly looking at the options for using some hotels. And just to make it clear, some of the individuals who are staying in some of the shelters, the suitability of a private hotel room may not be appropriate shelter for those individuals. They need that larger space where they can get supports from sort of healthcare professionals and other support staff. So there may be a model that will emerge over the next few weeks where there will be some hotels that could be potential for some of these individuals.
Okay, and these folks, when they were in those facilities, were they were free to come and go whenever they wanted to?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so how did we ended up making sure that they're not contributing to this pandemic?
Go ahead, Crystal.
So Councillor Banga, anytime anyone is checking into into Tippinawa, there's a symptom screening and often other safety precautions as well around temperature checks, that sort of thing. And anyone who's exhibiting any kind of symptoms are immediately referred to the Edmonton Isolation Facility for for testing. And if there's any kind of symptoms, they're also kept in an isolated area within the convention center until that transfer can occur.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor McKeon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one more question, and then I'll move the recommendation with your advice, Mr. Mayor. Given our next item after this, I was wondering how we classify these expenditures. So we have Bissell, we have Boyle Street, we have Mustard Seed, and we have Hope involved. Are they then paid as consultants?
I believe it's a contract.
Yeah, I just wondered if they'd sort of be lumped in that way because they're helping us out with this.
I'm not sure if there's anybody on the call from procurement here or not.
It's a single source procurement, so we do have an agreement.
We do have an agreement, but I'm not sure if it's actually, I'm not sure how the cost is categorized, but I can find out for you, Councillor McKeon.
Well, yeah, it's just an interesting philosophical question. It's probably not that important. Mr. Mayor, I was going to move the recommendation. Do you have any advice for me on that?
Yes, Ms. Gibson would add some verbiage just to make sure it gets routed to a more proximate council meeting.
Yes, we can just add to the recommendation that Executive Committee recommend the March 4th, 2021 City Council, and then the wording for the remainder would stay the same.
Well, I would make it with that date added to it, and I would speak to it or close on it if anybody else wanted to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Maybe I'll just pop in real quick. We offered a fairly extensive protocol item recognizing folks doing really important work down there. And they were very relieved that we were tracking this direction of adding another month because the need is not going to go away magically on April Fool's Day. But the need for something to take the place of this, or a variety of services to take the place of this besides encampments, and besides predatory landlords and besides ongoing victimization, is no less urgent. We may have the benefit of some movement in the federal budget around the next stage of rapid housing. As rapid as that could be, I'm not sure it'll be in place for May 1st. So I think some contingency planning around what transition will look like as we demobilize Tupinawao behooves us at this point. I think we can get into that discussion a little bit more on, because this is more properly about the extension until that date. But I think on Wednesday, when we have the shelter and further housing conversation, and then perhaps even at EAC as we think about this in the context of continuing pandemic, because those public health challenges Councillor Banga mentioned are not going to go away. But I'll say I think they've done a phenomenal job under really difficult circumstances to keep community members safe, to keep staff safe, and to protect the infrastructure of the building, which from my walk around looks fine. I mean, it needed a facelift on a few things anyway, and this will trigger that, which in the grand scheme of doing this, I think we'll all be able to be proud of the fact that the agencies mobilized the way that they did, and that I'm sure lives were saved both from the cold and from the pandemic by this. And I understand many lives have been improved through the access of services here. I think there's a lot of, talking to the folks running it, I think there's a lot of takeaways and lessons about the scale of such a facility, which we might not wish to replicate in the future. That a distributed and varied approach is maybe superior, but for the interim to get us through the balance of the cold weather season here and the worst of the pandemic, I think it makes sense to extend. Now, a lot of people will ask, why don't we just extend it until October or December once we have more units coming online, for example? And the sad reality is that our funding for this, and also the provincial funding that Mustard and Hope are receiving, is running out. So there needs to be a broader conversation about additional support from senior orders of government having jurisdiction here about resources to be put in place. And we'll continue to make the case that even on a bridge housing and temporary basis, that there are a variety of better suited facilities than a conference center, even for the medium term here. And certainly that, consistent with the conversation we had this morning, that housing is the best medicine for curing the long-term issue that underlies the demand for this much needed facility activation over this year. So I said I was going to be quick. I said that a bunch of times today, and I was wrong every time. So I'll stop there, though. Councillor, anybody else before I go to Councillor McKean to close? Scott?
I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't hear you at the end. I'm sure you were being very articulate and sympathetic. Sorry, I missed that. What do I want to say? Well, I want to repeat, I think, what I heard you say, and that there's been a lot of really hard work done, first of all, by our staff, but by the agencies that I mentioned earlier and their staff, Bissell, Oil Street, Mustard Seed, and Hope Mission. Those are hard jobs, and they've been doing them under extreme stress in the time of a pandemic. So, I don't know if we'll ever be able to thank them enough for that work. But I got to tell you, looking at those numbers in that report, I was a little freaked out by what they reveal about the underlying crisis we have here. And again, I want to thank our staff and council for the way we have expedited supportive housing at Edmonton, and we went through a somewhat challenging hearing this morning, but I think, you know, it was worthwhile to hear all those viewpoints too. But what I wanted to, I think what I wanted to say was, I'm really frustrated by the provincial government, by the Kenney government. And I don't know if that's our fault or their fault, that we haven't been able to communicate the level of crisis here, the level of impact that homelessness is having on, first of all, the homeless, secondly, on communities because of the side effects of homelessness, and also on our business community. And we had a number of major business leaders in this city join us in imploring for more funding for supportive housing, which was rejected in the budget. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I think the potential savings for healthcare and the court system alone would be way more than that. But how have we, if it's our failure, I don't know how we failed to get that across. I just don't get it. So I'm frustrated today. And I think, you know, having had to deal with a lot of constituency concern last summer over Camp Pekawewin and having visited there twice, once with you, Mr. Mayor, I see that there's a real opportunity. If there's public camping and if there's another encampment this year, I'd suggest a site just to the north and west of Camp Pekawewin, near a really nice old domed building on the legislative grounds. That might be the only way we get our provincial government to feel it, because they're somehow distanced enough that they don't get it. So Camp Legislature, given an Indigenous name, which would be appropriate, might be the only way we can get their attention. And we obviously cannot cause that to happen. It's only a fantasy in my head, I suppose, but I remain really frustrated that we're going to have to keep our staff and the staff of all those aforementioned social agencies working their tail off to try to keep people alive and try to keep everyone safe. And so I'm really frustrated, but you know, we do good work here, and I'm very proud of it. And I'm just very proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKean. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. And we have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. Okay, last but not least is the professional consulting services usage information report. There is a presentation, I gather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and committee. So joining me today is Roxanne Kitts, the branch manager of corporate procurement and supply services, and Mr. Lachlan. It's our pleasure to be here today to provide information on the professional consulting service usage. And the report includes highlights of what we have accomplished and have in progress with respect to the consulting services audit. You may feel that the information provided in the report is a bit data heavy. It is. It was the nature of what was requested in the council motion that has driven the development of this report, and we will welcome your questions regarding the numbers. But first, I'd like to hand it over to Roxanne to provide a bit of an overview, which might tell the story about the data. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. If we could go to the next slide. before I start the presentation, I'd like to start with these thoughts. As a municipal corporation, we are responsible for providing the programs, services, and infrastructure needed to enable a better life for Edmontonians. To do this, we rely on our trusted and valued suppliers for their products, services, skilled and unskilled labor, expertise, tools, and equipment. We have suppliers who build our buses and those who clear snow from our roads. And knowledgeable arborists who trim our trees, paving companies who help maintain roads, and sometimes our suppliers are working alongside our own workforce to increase our efforts. We also hire construction companies and other suppliers to build and maintain our extensive infrastructure. Sometimes, when a supplier has specialized knowledge, education, credentials, or experience in a field such as engineering, law, communications, or IT, they are referred to as a professional consultant. These professionals may be providing a product like graphic design, a structural engineering report, or information we'll use to help us make more informed decisions on how best to serve Edmontonians. Whether we're contracting a supplier for all of our important snow clearing or for their expertise, and referring to the supplier as a professional consultant at all times, city administration is setting the directions, goals, and making the decisions on what we need to accomplish for Edmontonians. We go to the next slide. Perfect. Today, I would like to provide some further detail regarding the report. The information in this report uses the same cost elements as those used by the auditor for the 2018 Consultant Services Review Audit Report. However, it should be noted that the years reviewed in the auditor's report and those reviewed in this report are different. Administration reviewed the selected years of 2015 to 2019 due to the motion that was made before council in July of 2019. 2020 financial data is not yet available as administration continues to finalize year-end financial reporting. The city's departments and branches use cost elements to identify what an expense is for. Examples are provided to help guide business areas in their choice of which cost element to use. As an example, engineering services has an element to identify costs associated with the preliminary design phase and an element to identify costs for both the detail phase and the construction phase for transportation capital projects. For your reference, attachment 1 in the report outlines all of the different cost elements that are used to code professional service. Year over year, professional services accounted for a relatively small percentage of both operating and capital budget spends. While a total of $581 million was spent on all professional services cost elements between 2015 and 2019, from a budgetary perspective, an average of 1.2% of the operating and 9% of capital budget were used on professional services with an average spend of approximately $116 million per year. 75.8% of the professional services contracts that were awarded in this period were for capitally funded activities approved by council. If we go to the next slide. So now I'm going to talk about change orders. A change order, commonly referred to as a contract amendment, is required when work is added, removed, or modified from an original contract. Contract amendments are commonly used and is a standard practice in contract management. Amendments allow us to make changes to a contract when needed, including the increase or removal of scope, a change in schedule demands, or even in situations when companies change hands. A process for managing amendments is always included in the original contract. For the purposes of this report, we have classified changes into two different types: planned changes and unplanned changes. Planned contract amendments are for changes which are included in the contract's approved budget and do not require additional funding. In the planning phases of a contract, we generally anticipate the need to make changes during the term of a contract. Every change requires an amendment to the contract. Planned amendments help to manage risk as a project moves along. As an example, a contract is often awarded for an initial set number of years, with an option for the city to extend the years of the contract. The initial years give the city an opportunity to evaluate the service provided. If we are pleased with the service, we can extend the contract into the planned option years. This extension requires an amendment, which is considered a planned amendment. If we're not pleased with the supplier, the contract will come to an end and we can go to the market in search of a new supplier. 84% of the amendments were planned with a net value of $318 million. Again, these amendments did not require additional funding and were part of the contract's approved budget. Unplanned contract amendments, on the other hand, are for changes which were unforeseen when the contract was drafted, and depending on the project's scope and expense management, may require additional funding. An unplanned contract amendment generally occurs when there is an unanticipated circumstance during the contract's life cycle. Unplanned contract amendments may be the result of unexpected site conditions which require additional investigation and engineering studies during a capital construction project, where changes in strategies are made that require a project to reassess its functional program or overall direction, as well as other changes that require greater coordination based on the results from public engagement. Between 2015 and 2019, 16% of contract amendments were unplanned, with a net value of $59 million. We go to the next slide. At this time, I'm pleased to share with you all of the progress we've made since the consulting services audit. Since 2015, administration has been working hard on several initiatives to manage our spend on professional consulting services. We are currently preparing for the launch of Enterprise Commons in early 2022, which will provide the corporation with common tools and standardized ways of doing business across the organization. With Enterprise Commons, we will be able to significantly reduce miscoding by redesigning the chart of accounts, by creating new accounts only where necessary and combining duplicate accounts, and by providing a better account description to improve accuracy for payment processing. In our response to the audit in 2018, we improved our internal controls through SAP Ariba to facilitate consistent data entry. And as you're all aware, the capital projects use the Project Development and Delivery Model, or PDDM, that supports comprehensive project planning on all capital initiatives. We've improved our procurement training to help staff accurately and clearly define a scope of work. And this will help us reduce any unplanned change orders that we haven't thought of initially in the contract phase. With our vendor management strategy, each department has been working with their suppliers to identify cost savings and cost avoidance found within their respective contracts. We acknowledge and appreciate that many of our suppliers are facing enormous challenges at this time and are grateful for those that are able to work with us in any way we can to reduce our spend. In 2019, administration saved $5.8 million through both contract savings and cost avoidance for all of our existing contracts, including professional consulting services. In the area of supplier performance management, we developed and implemented a new training for contract managers in 2020, with an emphasis on regular supplier performance evaluation and ongoing contract management. The new supplier management program provides a standardized approach used to formally evaluate a supplier's performance on city contracts. Evaluating performance in a current contract will help administration evaluate supplier performance when new opportunities arise, helping to ensure best value is derived from all contracted services. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic and in an effort to realize a 0% tax increase for 2021, consulting and contract spending has also decreased. In 2020, we reduced $16 million, and in 2021, $2.8 million on a one-time basis. In the ongoing reduction strategies to achieve 0% tax increase, we've also reduced the consulting, contractor, and general services cost elements by $3.7 million. In closing, I'd like to say that administration takes seriously the importance of carefully and thoughtfully managing our relationships and contracts with our suppliers. And we take seriously the necessity to be accountable as we work to make the most of our spend. And we're happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. This was selected by Councillor Walters on behalf of Councillor Knack. Start the speaker.
I have no questions, so I'm happy to
Defer, okay. Counselor Knack, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate the information we got on the presentation. So a few questions for me. First, I just want to ask about some specifics in the report. When we talk about the LRT expansion and renewal, does that include any consulting services that might be secured by the P3 contractors? Is this sort of all encompassing, or is that separate work that we're doing, and then the P3 is the P3 and they might hire their own consultants?
So the P3 hires their own consultants. We have our owner's engineer that supports us in that, and this analysis would include that owner's engineer, not the P3 consultants.
That's helpful. So I don't want to overgeneralize it, but I mean, if I look at that number that we have in the budgets or in the total amount, if you sort of break it over the course of 2015 to 2019, if I've done my math, that's around $180 million of the $600 million that was being talked about. So if I'm doing my math, about 30% of our consulting services is going, generally speaking, to the expansion of LRT in the city. Is that correct?
Fair. I don't have the math in front of me, but if you've done that,
I just wanted to make sure I was maybe reading that correctly. So, when we had the audit, I remember there was some great discussion around how we decide whether we need somebody in-house to do that service or whether it's something that's appropriate to be contracted out. And I was quite satisfied with a lot of the answers I got there during that audit committee meeting. I thought it was a really good discussion. But I just wouldn't mind if you can share some of that. So take that, which makes up one of our largest portions of it, is, how do you go through deciding whether that is a service that is best done in-house, or in this case, as we've contracted out, being that we're expanding LRT, we're expanding it even further. So how would you come to the decision that says, hey, this is the right approach? Because the work has to be done either way. It's not like if you didn't spend money on consulting services, it just goes back into our budget and we don't have to do the work. It's really deciding what's the right group to do it.
Thanks for the question. It's a lot of times the scale of the expertise and effort required from an engineering or an architecture or design perspective. Our LRT program has not had certainty, if I could call it that. We've incrementalized along the way, and if you were to staff up on the basis of that, you'd be putting staff at risk in terms of the potential of a project stalling or delaying. The other component of this is, although it doesn't feel like it, because we've been in the LRT construction for a while, and it will be starting with the Valley Line West and Metro Line to Blatchford. There is an endpoint to those projects, whereas the repeatable projects like neighborhood renewal, there's a different consideration where we know that's going to be a long-standing program that does make sense to provide or have internal resources to provide that support. So it's really assessing the risks and the certainty of projects and the approach that we would take in terms of internal resources versus consulting services.
Makes sense. So as an example, we just had an announcement that starting in a few years, there will be, I think it's 2027, the permanent transit funding from the federal government. We don't yet have anything from the provincial government. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But that's part of why and how you would inform whether it makes sense to keep someone permanently on staff. We've never really had a permanent and ongoing fund that allows us, like with neighborhood renewal, to plan that out. So that would be why you wouldn't think it'd be wise, even if it was a 5-year contract, to go that route versus hiring an external body for that.
That's correct. And the challenge you have when you're even in a 5-year term, you're looking at the onboarding, the training, the effort to get the internal staff up to speed, and that takes time. Whereas without the consulting services, we'd be sort of behind the 8 ball in terms of being able to get up to speed on these files.
Great. I'm out of time. I might have a few other questions. Thank you, though. It's great.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this presentation. Along with Councillor Nakam, I'm relatively happy with what we've seen, but I'm just curious. Like a lot of these changes, I'm just curious about the timeline, about when they went into effect and what we can expect for the future. I mean, obviously, looking at the report, maybe in 2018 we had a massive spike in consulting fees over a few different sectors, and then we saw quite the decrease. And I'm just wondering if we could talk about that a little bit, if that was just sort of a one-off with that spike, or if the decrease meant that we were actually changing our approach to certain things.
I think I could start, Councillor, and then Ms. Kitts can supplement. When you're talking about the changes, we have been effectively putting in, even before the audit, some plans and structures around when we do consult and when we do not consult. So the fluctuations may just be related to the demand in those areas. And so I can assure you that we do have some good vendor management practices that are in place. We have been really pushing on our supply performance management program. So that may elicit savings, but we may also have increased demand in certain areas. Example in my own area is audit, the payment card industry compliance, other types of things, that those demands do grow over time, and the expectations. So I'm not sure I'm answering your question, but just to tell you, it is naturally following the business.
And I think further to that, Councillor Paquette, the capital program has grown quite substantially over the last few years, and Mr. Laughlin could maybe speak to that.
Okay.
Apologies, Councillor Paquette, I just got distracted. Could you repeat?
That was kind of a long question. You know what? Let's just move to communications and engagement. In 2018, we saw this planned increase of 12.8 million in 2018 and 900,000 in 2019. I should know what this is. I just don't recall what that funding was for.
Hi, Councillor Paquette, it's Catherine. I'm going to ask Mr. Klatchuk to answer that question because it represented some big public engagement projects.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Paquette. So things like the waste strategy, we had significant efforts in public engagement in setting up the waste strategy, as well as our bus network design. That included a lot of engagement in the community as we rolled out the various phases of those projects, and those were a big part of those numbers.
Okay. All right. Sure. Also in 2018, in employee services, under talent acquisition service and solutions, we saw, again, sort of a marked spike, and I'm just wondering if we could speak to that as well in 2018.
I'm not sure if Ms. Armstrong is on the call. If not, I'll go and look in the file for you here, Councillor.
Sure, you know what, like getting that information offline would be fine as well.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So overall, the report is good, but there are obviously some questions that remain unanswered. And the one thing I'm concerned about is that as we go forward in time, some of these things are going to be forgotten. So just to clarify, there's no way to go back and sort of figure out the parts of the costs here in our consulting from that time period, because they just simply weren't categorized in the right way. And so is that sort of the idea, that we'll never actually be able to adequately account for those costs?
Yeah, I think Ms. Padbury can speak a little bit to how the financial reporting works, but we can't go back to previous years. So maybe I'll let her speak to that.
So, Councillor, we can't change coding from previous years, but these, all of, whether it's contracted services or financial services, they all roll up to a single line item in the financial statements. So it's more from an administrative perspective, just having that the coding provides us more detailed information to be able to do budgetary plans.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm out of time.
Councillor Paquette, just to answer your question on the employee services costs, those were for the harassment and discrimination contract that we had with an external party to help mediate some of the claims.
Yeah, I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Banga on the first round.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. In the I guess in the slide explaining implementation of consulting services audit, does this suggest that we are trying to keep more services in-house rather than hiring somebody else to do it for us?
Councillor Banga, I think we have to balance the needs of that particular opportunity when we decide whether it's something that we need to have in-house versus contracted out. In some cases, we have really niche requirements that require an objective skill set, and it's not something that our staff would have internally, and it's a one-time need. And so we have to look at each opportunity as it comes. But I would say that if we're seeing the same things coming over and over again, business areas have the ability to have those conversations about whether or not we should be bringing in, a staff complement to deal with those services.
Okay, and then this planned and unplanned ratio 84-16, is that typical of any organization, any contract, I guess, or of the similar size as ours?
We haven't done any benchmarking on that, Councillor Banga. However, my experience would tell me that it is pretty standard that we would. The fact that 84% of our change orders are planned means that we're thinking about those things before we actually enter into the contract. And we've structured the contract in a way that we can be flexible throughout the life cycle. Of course, there's always room to do better. And those are some of the initiatives that we have underway will help us to do that.
Okay. And understanding there's always going to be unplanned changes. Amendments, what would be a comfortable level for us to be staying under?
Well, I don't think where we are is would be considered terrible by any stretch of the imagination. However, I think we'd have to do some further benchmarking with other municipalities to see where they land. The challenge is that without going through every single contract and all of the amendments on each contract, it's really hard for us to know and to be able to judge with other municipalities where they're at, because the tools that are out there today don't really categorize between planned and unplanned change orders.
Okay. The favorite saying is when these contractors, especially in the housing business, they make money through change orders. I know it's hard to keep change orders to, I guess, zero, but how do we actually do that? That, what should be in the contract that would, I guess, negate the use for change orders?
So if I'll try answering the question, and if I miss it, let me know. I think having better scope definitions, so really truly understanding what the outcomes we want are, and making sure that we have identified all of those things that we think we're going to need in that contract are really important for us to make sure that any change orders we do then do after our planned change orders. But sometimes hindsight is always 20/20, and you don't always know what is going to be required when you set out for a long-term contract. And so we do have to expect that there would be a certain amount of unplanned change orders, but we try to keep that to a minimum wherever possible.
Okay. So I guess previously you stated that if we are doing something over and over again, then we might start thinking bringing that kind of service in-house.
I think that's a conversation that business areas would have if they keep going to tender for the same thing. I think one thing I'd say though, Councillor Banga, is we've made a really conscious effort to consolidate our contract spend with the contracts that we have currently as much as we can, so that we're not going out to market for the same thing all of the time either. And things like our competitive procurement rates have drastically increased over the last few years. Instead of, running out of time and doing a sole or single source agreement, we're now being able to put them out competitively and get the most competitive price possible in the market.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack on the second round.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate that. So I guess the last question, and this will be an odd sounding one because I imagine the answer is pretty simple, but we saw the story, the headline that talks about that consulting services spiked despite the audit from 2 years ago. And I guess I wouldn't mind your response in the sense of that. Do you believe that based on what we had from the audit back in 2018 to where we are now, over the last 2 years, were there things that weren't applied in the audit that could have caused that? Or in fact, did we apply everything in the audit, which the report suggests that the recommendations have been adapted? And then it's just, this was the cost of the various areas where we needed to have that particular service. So did we learn anything over the last 2 years is the sort of the question, which I realize is an odd one, but when you see that, it makes you read the comments and you're like, well, people think, oh, they didn't learn anything.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and I don't think it's odd at all. I thought about that a lot over this weekend, and I think the answer is we have learned a lot since our last audit. We have made a lot of improvements to our policies and processes. We're listening to the supplier community on how they want to see bids put out so that they're better able to respond and give us what we're looking for. And I would say that when you look at it as a percentage of spend, it is very consistent across all of the years that we looked at. Yes, there are some highs and lows, but it averages out very, very smoothly across all of those years to that 9% and the 1.2% that I mentioned earlier. And so, if our spending is increasing, then the dollar value would therefore increase as well, but it means that we're able to take on more projects for Edmontonians.
Yeah, and we did our capital budget during this 4-year cycle is, was a fairly large spend, correct? I mean, we approved, I think it's a total of about $10 billion worth of work. So if we compare the last 5 years, the 2015 to 19, which talked about 75.8% was tied to council's capital budget that they approved, does that similarly carry over for the last 2 years?
Yes, and I would further say that, much of that capital spend is for architects, engineers, all of those things that we're going to need to be able to build out our infrastructure. And so when we call things professional consulting services, often that connotates a bad representation of the services that we truly are buying. And so, I think it's important to look at all of the external services that we use in context. Do I think we're mismanaging our money in this area? I don't. I think that it is a good way for us to spend money when we don't have that skill set in-house or where we need things that aren't regularly used at the city.
Final question is, and that may be a hard one to analyze, but particularly if we take the last 2 years, were there were there nice to I don't know how you define it, but I'm going to try. There's sort of a nice to have consulting service versus a required. And again, there's this sort of suggestion that, oh, well, if council just didn't spend money on consulting services, they would have $130 million per year to do other things, to provide different supports, to go into something else. The read I have is that most of this is to infrastructure projects that, I mean, if we just didn't proceed with them, then that money would be freed up. But, were there areas that we looked at in particularly the last 2 years that you'd say, well, this one was, we did it because, it was important, but maybe we could have done without it. How do you try to weigh that out?
Yeah, another great question. I think everything that we buy is not a nice to have. I think we buy things because we need them for a specific reason. And we try to use the contracts that we have as best we can. We have done a number of things in the organization to reduce those nice to haves. And so one of those is that we send a list of all new and amending agreements to ELT on a weekly basis, so they can see all contracts that we're entering into in this realm of professional services. And that in itself stops people from creating contracts that are nice to have.
Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
If I could just add, Councillor Knack, to your capital question, for the duration of this assessment of consulting services, the amount of capital infrastructure was 3.9 billion, and the consulting services related to capital was 295 million. So when you sort of look at the consulting spend in totality, it is directly related to capital, and you're going to see fluctuations through a 4-year capital program on the basis of the degree of design that we have done at a point in time in that budget cycle versus the construction activity. So you will see those cycles of larger spends in different years depending on the state of the design and the projects in the capital program.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Knack, for those questions. So in general, though, I guess the narrative here is that we're improving. Is that right?
I believe so, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, there was this sort of idea that some of this conversation wasn't in context, or maybe it's publicly misconstrued. And I think that was the intention of getting this report, is to clarify that, so that there was no, confusion about why these things happen, or what the utility is, and what our progress has been. So I'm just wondering if there is still some areas that are out of context or can be publicly misconstrued, that weren't clarified in this report. Can we expect some sort of clarification in the future so that the public understands how their money is being spent?
So that's a great question, Councillor Paquette. We have a few ways of kind of tackling that, but open to any suggestions that you may have. One of the things that we plan to do is expand our semi-annual procurement reporting going forward to include information on things like social procurement, and everything that council is really interested in learning about procurement, things like local procurement. I think we can start to expand our reporting of that now that we have better data. And so, I think we're open to providing whatever it is citizens want to see.
Yeah, that's great. Because I think when the public sees sort of these sort of increases in one year and then drops in another, and then when they hear that what we've got now is a system that allows us to actually spend a little bit less on these things because we're getting better at it, they will feel like they were right in thinking that maybe previously it could have been handled better. Not that, you can take $600 million in consulting and suddenly transfer it into something else. That just doesn't, we need consulting, but the public really needs to know what that means, what that looks like. Because especially now, we are under fire from all sides. And I think that on a city level, we do a great job with money, but we have to prove that narrative time and time again. So thoughts on that?
So I will start and let Ms. Pearson add, but I think we're always looking for ways to make the procurement process more transparent to citizens and suppliers. We have open data sets out there that show what we're awarding contracts to. We provide sessions to the supplier community on how to sell to the city. So we're always looking for ways to improve our procurement process and how we spend money. And we try to use our local suppliers as much as possible.
And Councillor, to that point, I do believe that Ms. Kitts is correct in that we might have to expand our semi-annual reporting to tell a little bit more of the story. Right now, it's just on those that we approve, and it doesn't give the context in the broad sense of the social procurement, the other initiatives that we're trying to take. So we will undertake just to make sure that that is a rounded out process. Perhaps not for the next one, because I think that's coming up shortly, but the one after that.
Right. Okay. And that would be really helpful because, I mean, I got an email today that was telling me that we have lots of MSI money to just, put into infrastructure wherever we want. And the person who has that belief was told that by the province. And so, as you can see, we're kind of in this position where maybe we need to be a little bit, and I know even being better at accounting for the money we spend costs money. But I guess we have to find the balance on what is the appropriate cost in order to adequately communicate to the public. So, having that regular reporting is good, but the reporting in context is, as Ms. Kitts was talking about, I think is really where we need to focus. And maybe if we can expand on that a little bit, to me, the public would love to see the context of like, okay, so this was actually going toward, as you said, social procurement, this kind of expense, and that would make sense to them and something they could support. So do we have something like that sort of in mind? Is it developing?
So that is what both Ms. Pearson and I are referring to, a more consolidated procurement report of exactly how we spend our money on procurement. And so the next one, so we'll use the semi-annual delegation report that we typically provide every 6 months and consolidate it and add more context to it. The next one is actually coming in 2 or 3 weeks. And so we haven't been able to do that for that one, but we're starting fresh in 2021. So in the fall, you'll be able to see that enhanced reporting.
And Councillor Paquette, your very helpful commentary is reminding us that transparency is one thing and context setting for that information is something else. And we commit in communications and engagement to working with financial and corporate services to ensure that the narrative is extracted and it's clear to Edmontonians.
Yeah, thank you. And with my last seconds, I'll just put in a plug that I definitely get residents asking me all the time if they can get an infographic on potholes. So
potholes are a little bit out of my domain, but
yeah, I know.
I think that may have been directed at me, and you've mentioned it before and noted. Thank you. We'll attend to that.
All right. Thank you so much. I know we do a lot. We do 1,000 things, and I get it. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Someone want to move receipt of information of 6.6?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Not seeing anyone else on the board, so let's vote. All the voting's good.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Walters. We have 5 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. That's carried. Okay, are there any notices of motion here today? Seeing none, then